Be live? Good morning and welcome everyone to a second broadcast this weekend at Sydney Parade and Pembroke Cricket Live, Niall Walsh production. And today it's Pembroke Forwards versus the Finglas first. Pembroke are batting and the first ball is just about to be bowled. And it is dispatched to the boundary for four.
Well, if that's a sign of things to come, it's going to be an exciting day's cricket in Sydney Parade.
Wow.
You can't bowl short on this wicket. It's too early in the season. It just sits up and says, hit me, please.
And that's exactly what happened. It's a perfect ball to get when you're opening the innings. It settles the nerves a bit.
Well, let's hope he doesn't try and do it again. As we said yesterday, it's the shot after the boundary you need to worry about. Oh, that's well kept out.
Yeah, a bit better bowling as well. Just pitched it up into a good length. Laid away. And I'm not quite sure who the two batsmen are today. I think it's Gordon Clark and...
Somebody else.
Somebody else, I'd say. Gordon Clark in the black. And...
who is doing the scoring today?
That's a very good point. Sorry, we're just a bit late in... Well, when I say we, I mean me. In getting down here, so...
I was too. In fact, my brain is still sat on my pillow. This is just my body has made it here.
It's a few celebrations had last night for the start of the season and some fantastic birthdays that were celebrated as well.
It's a busy period because not only do we have the birthday parties of myself and Kevin last night, your birthday today, my brother's wedding anniversary today, which probably explains why he was up so early to make it back home again. Somebody else's birthday today? I know who will know. No, in fact, I'll ask her again in a minute. But it's a big day anyway for a number of people. And if it is your birthday today, like you, James, happy birthday.
Thank you very much, Craig. Thank you, everyone who's been sending me very kind messages.
And the ones who aren't sending you kind messages can... Oh.
Yeah. That would help. Just still trying to... there we go. We've got the main screen on now.
Yesterday's scoreboard cam screwed me. Speaking of which...
Well, quite a good length there. Just outside off. Played very well and defended it back to the cover region for no run. Fortunately, hasn't been Pembroke's weekends thus far, with the firsts and the thirds coming second yesterday. The fourths will be trying to buck that trend today. And that's well left, quite a wide ball. So lets it go through to the keeper. And at the end of the first over, it is 4 for none. Or none for 4. Depends which part of the world he comes from.
Harsh Sheldry is the other batsman, I've been informed.
Harsh, yes.
The information has come in from what I suspect is the subcontinent.
Thank you, Prashant.
The captain of the fifths.
Yep.
So thanks, Prashant, for that. And he also wishes you a happy birthday, James.
Thank you, Prashant.
11 of you have joined us for the start of this fourth team game. I suppose in an effort to increase the viewing figures, I should share the link. Do you know it's the only thing I use Twitter for now? Just to let people know what's happening.
Yeah, I'm afraid I've abandoned Twitter, X, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, I really don't like it. Yeah. I wish there was some other way to contact people.
Anyway, back to cricket at the moment. Just looks like live scoring's come up, which is great.
It certainly is, isn't it?
Just helps give a clear picture. Gordon Clark now to face his first ball. Bowler from...
Let's hope it's not his only one.
No. And that ball's declared a dead ball, and the bowler's going to go back and sort his run up out. I'm not sure if the batsman retreated first or the bowler just couldn't get his rhythm. Anyway, let's start again.
Was that you there, James Cresswell?
Possibly. And the first ball goes down the leg sides, watched carefully by the batter. Results in a extra, the first extra of the morning, and wide.
Let's hope we don't see as many as we did yesterday.
No, well, that was a very poor bowling display. Allegedly over 30, potentially 32 extras were conceded by the thirds yesterday, Pembroke thirds. And that really does hamper your chances of actually clinching victory. So a reasonably attacking field as you'd expect. We have a sort of wide third slip gully potential. It's a big shout, but it's going down leg. Umpire's not interested at all. Lots of passion there by Finglas. Get the blood flowing through the legs and check out your appealing skills.
Well, it's good to get that first appeal of the season
Isn't it?
done.
Yeah.
See what the volume's like, what it sounds like.
We'll see how long it stays there, but that's a work of art.
It is.
Lovely, jubbly.
Super close.
Yeah.
Even though it's in the gap.
Love your work, Niall.
Pole leaning to get it in there.
And this one, quite wide, shaping away from the batter who quite wisely just lets that one go.
Well, you see, that's experience.
Yeah.
And there's none more experienced than G. Clark.
No, I'm glad actually he's taken on the reins as an opener this year. I think he was wasted last year, being down at the end of the tail. I think his skills could have been used further up, and I'm glad that he's taken on this responsibility.
I think you're absolutely right. I think last year he was trying to encourage his teammates, but now he's decided that perhaps leading from the front and setting an example is possibly a better way to go, and that's what I think he's aiming for today, and to provide some stability in there as well. So we'll see how they go, but no, I think it's a wise move.
Nice shot there out to the point fielder, no run, but struck well. Collected quite cleanly and results in a dot ball. Slightly overcast conditions today. A little bit cooler than this time yesterday. Again, square leg goes up for an appeal.
Square leg and point were the two that appealed there.
You've got to love that. Must be some sort of vision that we don't actually see, but they scamper through for a leg by. You can just tell by the type of shot that he was trying to play that was nowhere near the stumps.
Yeah.
It's a bit of a giveaway, folks, if you see a batsman try to turn himself inside out trying to do the pull shot, that the odds are being LBW are reasonably slim. But we applaud their enthusiasm.
I'll say it to you, I'll say it to Amanda as well. If you notice it start raining and I'm not around,
Yeah.
charge over there with a plastic bag and unplug anything if you have to. There's a couple of bits just hanging out
Of where the screen is.
where the screen is, and
Yep.
there's another yoke or whatever. But like,
Yeah, I have a tarpaulin in the car for you, actually.
find a bag in there, you find out. I could probably figure something. I just can't be arsed for the minute. I don't think it's about to, but
Ask Chowdhury now to face last legal ball of the over.
Ah.
Batsman waiting for the bowler. The bowler's taking his time. Trying to make sure that he gets this absolutely right. Steams in.
Oh, nice shot from Clark. Finds the boundary right up.
Chowdhury.
Oh, sorry. Yep. In fairness, it was a bit extravagant. Throwing the bat at a wide one. Picks up the single. That ends the second over. The score 7 without loss. And it's a steady start from Pembroke. Nothing more, nothing less. And Finglas easing their way into the games. You see, this is the problem I brought up when they first announced that they were going to play pyjama cricket rather than playing in whites. No, you've got one guy wearing whites on the left-hand side of the screen. You've got how many different types of shirts from this season, last season, whatever, around the Finglas team. You know.
Yeah. He's washed his. Looks like the bowler's washed his shirt a lot, and it's a lot more faded than the other guys.
Yeah. Yeah, you can tell who the new players are. There's some wearing very bright yellow, and other guys in just this sort of faded,
insipid sort of yellow.
Yeah, the wicketkeeper has obviously played for a few years. His unless you're on 4K on your TV, although we were broadcasting yesterday in 4K.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, the quality. Niall says to me things like, "What do you know that is different?" And the difference between 1040 and 4K or UHD and FHD and whatever other letters there are out there. I don't really notice.
Exactly right. I mean, I get my eyesight working better, and I might have an idea about that. But I always feel it's a slightly loaded question. Anyway, first ball there of the third over. Navigated well, just defended. So quite a good line he's bowling when he.
Not exactly how I did it yesterday,
That's definitely going.
He's given him. He's definitely going onto the stumps according to the umpire, and that's the first wicket falls. And that Chowdhury departs. He was unbalanced. That's the one thing I'd say is he tried to play a shot and he was off balance. And once you're off balance, it's very hard to get the bat to the ball.
Yeah, and I hit the back leg, so I think it was if you DRS that, it would probably be umpire's call. But anyway, so judged out. First breakthrough for Finglas. Here you go.
Talk us through this one, James.
So left, right, left, right, left, right. So comes in, pitches. Oh, no, he's probably taken that leg stump. They hit him on the toe.
Umpire's call, I think.
Yeah, I think there was definitely doubt, but obviously not enough. Feel a bit harsh there, Harshwood. Sorry about that, folks. You feel a bit hardly done by, I think. But anyway, as the breakthrough Finglas want, it's an early nice breakthrough. They're taking out the opening batter with only 7 on the board. They'd be pretty pepped up about this. And
it certainly put a smile on the Finglas faces.
It certainly would. Both batters are having a small conference out there. I think there's Joydeep Roy coming out to bat, and I think the conversation would be nothing silly.
Yeah.
We've got a lot of time now. Let's rebuild.
I'm sure Gordon would have said that. Down the first.
I think this is be a standard mantra, really.
What you should do is draw a line there, and then you can put your next. You can put Finglas in as well.
Yeah.
Well, just defends that one out to the offside, sees off the first ball. There seems to be an intent about Mr. Roy today. He strode out to the wicket, and even there you can just see the levels of concentration that he's hoping to bring to the middle. Took a leg stump guard. What we don't want, of course, is a succession. I saw there was a game yesterday in the Premier League, and the opening batsman ran out number 2, number 3, and number 4.
It's definitely some Christmas card list, isn't it?
Well, it was a wide ball, it was there, but a bit more footwork would have allowed him, rather than trying to cut it.
Yeah, he was just a statue there, wasn't he? He didn't move at all.
Whereas if he'd put his front foot across, he could have driven that one well through the offside. Good afternoon, gentlemen.
How are you doing?
Yeah, we'll see.
Hey. Thank you very much, guys. Thank you. Good luck today. As he shouts down the microphone and blows everyone's eardrums out.
Well, it is your birthday, you're allowed to do that. Yeah. That's nice. 3 members of the Pembroke 4th 11 making their way down to the commentary booth to wish James a happy birthday.
Yeah, thanks, lads. So, bit of spark in the Finglas attack now. Not that there was before, but it's definitely an early wicket always helps.
somebody's asked me on chat, who do I think is winning the IPL? And I have to say, I have no idea. I really haven't followed this season's.
Yeah, I don't know really.
Oh, look, more
Thank you.
birthday wishes flooding into the booth. A little less alcohol than perhaps yesterday, but an inside edge.
Brings up a boundary.
A batsman and bowler having a chat about how fortunate he is to still be there.
Yeah, Lady Luck needs to shine sometimes, especially early on innings.
Yeah, to get a 4 from that, it goes one of two ways. You either accept it and say, "Oh, great, at least I'm off the mark," or you start going, "Oh God, I was nowhere near that." And then you start panicking about it. But I don't think Joydeep Roy is somebody who's going to worry too much.
I think he's just like, "Oh, great, got away with that. Excellent. I'll try that again." Yeah, you definitely want a glass half full sort of a batter out there, don't you? Just say, "Okay, let's go on to the next one."
Yep. That was 4. Great.
That'll annoy the batter, annoy the opposition, I should say. And
everybody.
Got a wardrobe malfunction, I think, at the moment, down at the non-strikers end.
One person I did notice wasn't there last night, and I was speaking to Karen, obviously, his long-suffering wife. Simon Heaney is under the... Oh, that could be close, and the finger of death comes up from Kieran Casserly, the umpire, and Gordon Clark has to make his way back. LBW to a full toss.
Yeah, just didn't get down to that, didn't play the right shot, obviously.
You can see the disappointment in Gordon Clark's run-off as... This one, as I say, full toss. That's going nowhere. Oh, it hit him outside the line, if anything.
Yeah.
Can I see that again? Yes. Just one more time. I'm just asking our producer if we can see it one more time.
We played across the line.
The question is, his front foot, is it outside the line?
No, I think that it's angling in
Umpire's
enough.
call on the stumps, and so... I don't think Gordon has too much to complain about there. They miss a straight one, and especially a full toss.
Well, they're the 2 openers gone.
Yeah, Pembroke suddenly need somebody just to hang around.
Looks like this might be Naveen coming out now as the number 4 batsman.
He's one of the guys who's played 2 games this weekend then.
That's right, yes.
Now I realise that the Force were helping out the thirds. They were under strength yesterday.
Yeah, that's an interesting point you make there, Craig. It's a bone of contention amongst certain camps, and so...
Well, it's just that there's so many members at the moment looking for games, and I understand that there is a desire amongst the captains to play the strongest team, and Gordon obviously wants to play his regulars. But if his regulars are already getting a game for the thirds, and they're not people on the fifths who would fill in on the fourths, that's the way it's meant to happen. It's meant to be a cascade effect.
Yes.
You've seen that advert on TV where the kids in the car with their dad and the rugby club ring and say, "Did you hear?
Yeah.
Did you hear Tyke Furlong's out?" And
So
they're
guys
pulled
being
up from the
pushed up.
provinces,
Yeah,
and
like
the
that.
Fourths are bringing you out of retirement. That sort of thing. So yeah.
Anyway, we'll watch this space as the season progresses. But well defended there. You get an early wicket, and all of a sudden, not really even close, but a nice bit of shape there as it went past the wicket.
You can hear on the ground, Mike's the enthusiasm of the Finglas players having taken 2 early wickets. They're obviously buoyant right now.
Well, it does seem to improve your bowling, surprisingly, after you've taken a wicket. You just think, oh, yeah, now everything's going my way.
But there's also the problem that the bowler starts thinking, I can take a wicket with every ball, and that's where you get the loose deliveries.
Yes.
Where from? No, I'm okay at the moment, thanks, Amanda. I'm okay at the moment, thanks.
Played out to sort of behind point, but the point fielder rushes in and picks up the ball and makes it a dot ball. Got a bit of speed on him, that guy. Takes the ball quite fast.
And again, this is the thing about first teams. You know, you could have a player who's registered with Finglas who is capable of playing in the Premier League, but he's playing for his side's first team. So you have a player who could be exceptionally good playing in Division 10.
Exactly.
But he's playing for a first team, so where else is he meant to go?
Yeah. Similar shot played that time. This results in the same result, no run. Really need to rebuild here, Pembroke. Survive this initial onslaught if they have to, and just wait for the bowling change, but just get used to the conditions. He's bowling quite well. He's getting the ball to shape in a bit. Oh, that's nice. Is that?
Do we know who won the toss?
No.
Because I would have certainly. I mean, I know that the mantra in Leinster Junior cricket is win the toss and bat. Win the toss and bat. But this early season, when I do feel that with a bit of sunshine and a bit of breeze, the wicket will dry and get better and better to bat on, as we saw yesterday.
Yes.
As the first experienced out in Inch yesterday at North County. You know, I just feel that don't be too rigid in your decisions, and certainly it's worth having a bowl first in April.
Well, you know, if you've got a really good bowling side, I understand you know potentially want to field first. However, you want to have a good bowling side, and unfortunately, we've only seen them one game so far. But last year, I think in a lot of the different teams, the bowling let the teams down. There's not enough focus on keeping those strike rate, run rates per over down, and there's some very wild.
There was a number of extras at the start of last year that got my goat, as they say. So, Naveen Malpatil facing this, the fifth over. Nice straight back drive, just goes out on the outside, doesn't beat the fielder, goes straight to him, makes it very convenient for him, in fact. Yeah, where's that beautiful sunshine I saw an hour ago? The wind is certainly blowing across. The flag is rigid on the pole.
Yeah, it was baking out in Sydney Parade about 15, 20 minutes ago. Out on the Sandy Mount sort of strand, I should say. And now the clouds have decided to come in, and it's a little bit breezy. The flag is blowing at quite significantly more than it was yesterday, as the breeze is going from left to right on your screen.
Oh, he's just pushed the bat at that. It was well away from the body. It's not a recommended shot, but it gets him a single, gets him off strike. Did you have the food last night?
Yeah, it was great. Pavna makes a great curry. Yeah, and there was lots of it, so there was lots of soakage for those who needed it. And,
I believe
myself.
I believe there was so much, so you could offer it again for teas today. Yeah.
Right. Yes. No, she does. Makes a great meal. No, it was great fun. Great facilities and great food as well. Yeah. Well, he sent back, and quite rightly, he took off there as a bit of a open the face of the bat, went straight to the point fielder, had a great rate of knots, and Naveen quite correctly sent him back. There was no run there. There's a bit of early nerves, I assume. Just needs to sort of keep breathing.
In and out?
In and out. Not just hold your breath.
No, it's a Lions grey backpack.
Oh, down leg. It's given us a wide. They tried to appeal it. Lots of song and dance, but didn't touch it. Another extra. Just trying a bit too hard there, I think, the bowler.
Touch the MC Hammers about that. Can't touch this. But yeah, wide given, which ruled out any appeals that followed. Have you made a recent trip to Specsavers? I see the new case.
Yeah, I did.
I don't like their cases.
No. They've gone to the pouch as well.
Yeah,
It's just
so another one's
too high.
Another one thudding into the pads.
The batsman has to retrieve the ball for the ball.
Yeah.
No, it looks like they're just penny pinching.
Yes, absolutely.
Cheap and nasties. But anyway.
I'll be going back to as soon as this breaks, and I'm sure it will. I mean, it's a bit of cardboard with some fluff on it. It feels horrible, and I'm going to be going straight back to Specsavers and saying, right, give me a proper case. And I don't care if it's got Tommy Hilfiger written on it.
This one down leg again, just trying too hard. You can see the big grunt of the tennis player grunt when he released the ball.
Yeah, the old Monica Seles. That was a great old grunt.
Yeah. Don't want to concede too many here, Finglas. It's amazing. We're finding, and we go on about it, how extras can creep up, and all of a sudden it's like giving the opposition an extra batter. That's a better delivery.
Well, yesterday the thirds they were defending 188, but they gave away 20% of that, just winning wides and extras.
Yeah, I know. I mean, how are you supposed to defend a total like that if you're giving away extras?
You want a quick look?
Yeah.
See if I can.
There you go.
See how long it takes me.
I don't, but I will bookmark it this year, that's for sure. Nicely dug out. That was a good length ball. You could tell it was a good ball because the bowler was willing to dive to save a run off it. It was never going to go for a run. It was a good delivery.
So after 5, it's 15 for 2. So Finglas are well on top at the moment. It's a good challenge for these two batters out there. Can they put a really solid foundation in place for their team?
They need it, don't they?
They certainly do. It's a good challenge. These two are very experienced on the team. They're two of the senior sort of players, so they need to set the example. Going for 3 and over, which is not too bad, considering new ball, the opening bowlers.
Did you order coffee, Noel?
I should have ordered coffee.
I got a glass of ice.
It's in the air.
Oh, he's just
Popped it up nicely.
popped it up, and it's the softest dismissal out there to the cover region. Oh my goodness, what's happening here for Pembroke?
Well, they're certainly in a bit of trouble now. 15 for 3, caught in the covers. Just normal, innocuous delivery. And Naveen played too strongly at it.
Yep.
And it just lifted a little bit and went safely into the hands of the fielder. And he's on his way. And that brings young Eli Clark to the middle. His brother scored 75 yesterday for the thirds. And a fine knock it was too.
It was.
And in fact, Eli came out and had a nice little knock as well later on in the innings. He certainly wouldn't have been expecting to be in on the 6th over.
Oh, absolutely not. It looks like Naveen just got through that shot just a fraction quicker than he thought he was going to be. Didn't wait for the ball, and it just lobbed up just enough.
It's one when you see it come off the bat like that, you go, oh no.
I've middled it, but boy, why have I middled it? You know,
Yeah.
it's just pinged to the
Middled
player.
with no power.
Yeah. Soft, soft, soft.
Thank you. And you, James. I suspect that was for you rather than me. After 16 days, my birthday is officially over now. Even North Korea, the leader's birthday, doesn't last 16 days.
Well, what a turn of events this is. Pembroke in the 6th over, 15 for 3, in a heap of trouble.
Well, it's going to be tough to tell these two batsmen apart.
Yeah, they're almost identical in build and stature.
Here we go. Eli's wearing short sleeves. That's the
Right.
difference.
Okay. Yep.
Is that a good sign?
Nicely carved away past the fielder behind point, and they get through for the single, and it's a fine single, and it's a nice start for Eli Clark. His dad will be pleased to see that from a fatherly and a captainy point of view.
No, it was a lovely shot. Just saw that well. Didn't try to hit it too hard.
Just let it run off the bat, really,
Yeah.
didn't he? It's a good shot.
So a lot's going to rest on this young man's shoulders. Great opportunity for him, though, to
For
step
both
up.
these-
for
both
both
these
these,
batsmen.
yeah, to step up and show everyone how it's done.
I'm sure one of our viewers is Sahil, and he's keeping a close eye on the next cab off the rank, as they say. Well, you see the difference there.
That
Look
was
at
a
the
wild shot.
position that Joy Deep has got himself into, and yet Eli was more than happy to just let it run off the bat. It was the same delivery.
Yeah, and his
He
Joy
tried
was all over the place there. Cross-bat shot against the...
trying to power it through to the leg side when it would have
Yeah.
been far easier just to drop it down to third man, take your single.
There's a big gap there between backward point and the keeper. You just get a little bit of wood on it.
Oh, you're lucky you got an edge on that, I feel.
He isn't aggressive in his style, but I wonder if he needs to just...
Temper that a little bit.
Yeah. Well, it's read the situation, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, look at the scoreboard for a start.
Unfortunately, sometimes about a light Joy Deep, if they do go within a shell, they become more vulnerable, to
Yeah.
the good ball. So you'd be almost better saying play your natural game, but make sure you get something on it.
Nice full-length ball played up to mid-on. Mid-on picks it up cleanly, but Joy Deep Roy makes it safely to the non-striker's end. Eli Clark was in no danger at all. He made it safely to the striker's end.
That's the important thing. Get your head down and run if the call's there, unless it's suicide.
Even then, if it's your partner's call, you've got to go.
You've got to go. Oh, my
Eli
goodness.
Clark trying to repeat the dose and drop it down to third, and all he's done is lift it into behind point's hands, and a fourth wicket falls, and the score 17 on the board. And one can see this.
Got to show you the last replay, so you get this one instead.
I'm sure Eli wishes he didn't have this. Not the greatest of footwork. You can see what he was trying to do, but
He just got too much on it.
the ball was rising when it reached the bat, and it continued rising off the bat, and it flew into the hands. And Eli Clark, a very disappointed young man, heading off to the sidelines.
Wow, this is a turn up for the books.
Well, Finglas will be delighted with this start. 4 wickets down, 17 on the board.
Still in the sixth over. Looks like Bush and Bavaskar might be the next man out into the middle.
I was amazed he came in at, 9 or 10 yesterday on the thirds. It's such a major run scorer for his teams the last couple of years. Certainly, I would reckon he'd have about 1,400 runs in 2 seasons. Yeah, Vishwanath Stun,
Used to have
3 overs,
5 runs and 3 wickets.
or is it 4 wickets now?
Three wickets. Yeah, I think the other
The other guy got one, didn't he?
Well, you want to think, take me off now, protect my average. We got there in the end.
2 wickets falling in that over. First ball and the last ball. And that's not what Pembroke need.
Again, a great leg side appeal there.
Yes, the people square the wicket who appeal first, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, Finglas would just think this is a matter of time now. Joy struggling to find some form here. Joy Deep.
The question at the moment is, are Pembroke going to make it through to drinks? And it goes to show again that yesterday the
Oh, they're going to be overthrows. Yeah, there's going to be 4 overthrows, I think. Oh, just about. That is. You've got 5 for that. Or did you just get 4?
The umpires conferring after that incredible mix-up. Had they crossed? Had they not? Where were they? What happened?
Is it Saturday or Sunday?
Yeah. What are you having for lunch? And
Joy wants to know if he's doubled his score or not.
Quick clarification with the umpires. They've let the scorers know, and I'm sure it will appear on our screen soon enough. There we go.
Okay.
5 for
5.
that.
Got a nice 5.
Well, it's almost a quarter of the runs that.
Oh, it's first batter to get into double figures. And for Bouchan's first ball will be faced. Great opportunity for him to stake his claim in the lineup.
The one thing that might happen here, of course, is having made such inroads into the Pembroke lineup, the Finglas captain, he's got a tricky decision as to how long does he keep his openers on for. They're proving to be very successful, but you can't play all your cards up front.
Well, you'd hope that you'd go out there with the team being the first team for Finglas, that they'd have a fair few cards in the deck.
Yeah.
So I would actually even think maybe give them an extra one here, because they've only played, well, the opener here is only on his 4th over. Sent back wisely. Keen to get off strike there, but there was no run. Now let him buy his 5, bowl his 5, maybe even 6.
Yeah.
Keep 4 up his sleeve and then bring on someone else.
Just to change it up.
Or
do you let them go for 4, 5, 6 overs in the hope of picking up another 2 or 3 wickets?
That's what I mean. I'd keep them on for 6.
Certainly, you might make a change at this end.
Yeah.
Kalena Harley, 16 for 1 in his 4th over. You might make a change at this end and leave the other guy on. And that way you're sort of covering both bases.
Well, you've got some good options, haven't you, as a captain at this situation? No matter what you do, it's going to be effective.
Yeah.
You're going to be okay. You've already got 4 down. You've got the top 4 batters out. You're in the middle order at the moment. There's a lot of pressure on these guys. So I would actually, probably bowl both openers for 6 overs each.
Okay.
Just keep, still gives you a lot of.
This episode of Fantasy Cricket is brought to you by,
And I'd probably have a double change.
Do not do anything else. Bookmark it. I'm never typing that into your phone again.
We'll make a change at this end. Anyway, after 7, it's 22 for 4.
No, I don't know him.
As you'd expect, the same bowling attack for this upcoming over.
Do you use an iPhone, James?
No. Android for me. Well, this is definitely saying the obvious here, but this is definitely not the start to Pembroke 1. But Finglas would be absolutely over the moon. The dream start to their season. They would be thinking that they'll be getting home early this afternoon. Pressure is all on Pembroke. And this one just again played out to the point fieldsman, who's been very effective. Make sure there's no run there. Pembroke just need to set themselves some small targets. Over by over. Even if it's just survival. Just need to see off this bowler here. Down leg. Picks up a valuable extra. I have to think extras will start to be looking second highest scorer, maybe even getting up to highest score at the moment. Been a bit loose. At least 5 or 6 extras I would have thought been contributed to the score here. It's the only blemish that I think that Finglas have had so far. Again, played out to the point region. Doesn't get through the fielder, so it's a dot ball. Yeah, to spice things up a bit, maybe I would change the bowler at the other end. But just keep this bowler on for one more after this. Let him bowl out 6. If he gets a wicket, let him bowl out 7.
Well, that's clubbed down the ground, and we haven't seen that for a while. A boundary for Pembroke, 4 onto the total. Roy, using his power, pushing it back past the bowler, straight down the ground. 4 more runs, takes the score on to 27 for 4. And, well, that kind of messes up his figures a bit, doesn't it?
Yeah, be absolutely devastated. 10 for 3.
Yeah.
But that was one of the first, out of all the boundaries, 2 or 3 boundaries that have been struck, that's the only one that looked convincing.
Yeah. It was along the carpet. There was no danger there. They took it on.
Roy moves to 14. Very valuable 14. And he blew out a Sandshoe, I think, the bowler. Decided to pull out of that and wasn't feeling the love and the rhythm.
Well, now the umpire telling him he has to go off the wicket after his run through.
I'm not sure, did Finglas have a grass wicket up their way, or was it maybe on a mat? I don't know. Yeah.
I presume it's on a mat.
Mm.
On a mat, a player.
Oh, it's drifting on the leg stump, but he plays it away nicely on the leg side and picks up a single. It's been a better over for Pembroke so far. Bouchan, though, still yet to get on off the mark.
Well, the important thing, really, he's still there.
Mm.
That's what Pembroke need at the moment. The run rate 3.65, not setting the world alight, but it's those wickets falling that are causing them such difficulties.
Again, square leg appeal.
Always interesting when the bowler says nothing, but square leg vehemently appealing.
Yeah, I mean, this is when you start as the umpire, maybe think, okay, I'm enforce the excessive appeal regulation or law, depending on your point of view and who's saying it. But anyway, they're enthusiastic. They're fired up. I guess if you don't ask, you never know.
Comes down the track, takes us a good stride down, meets the ball, plays it away. 8 overs gone, 28 for 4.
And that's been Pembroke's most successful over. 6 from it. 7 from it. No, 6. 6 on it. I should do my maths. 6. Yeah, it's not the most prettiest of scorecards, but anyway, a bit of breeze coming across the ground again now. Just picked up a bit, as you might be able to hear in the microphones. A bit blustery.
What's the one called now to get it back to
Oh, scoreboard.
And there you see the scorecard.
scoreboard? There we
Not
go.
very pretty.
Certainly not pretty from a Pembroke point of view.
Yeah, but from a Finglas point of view, absolutely dream reading. Staying with the same opening bowler. Desperately hoping to get another wicket before his spell finishes. How about his team? Angling the ball, moving it, shaping it in to the leg stump there. Sorry, from off the leg just slightly. So it's a little bit of movement. Good offside or off stump line.
Well, he's giving his opener a fifth over at this end. One suspects he'll do the same at the other end. And it really is a matter of weathering this storm for Pembroke now. These two have been together for a few overs. They're sort of getting their heads down. Oh, it's just as I say, that massive inside edge could have gone anywhere.
Rohoik across the line there. If he keeps it on the carpet, that shot will be fine, because there is a huge gap between, I guess, deep cover and man on the sort of 45 behind square. There's not really anyone there. So, but if he gets too much on it and he pops up in the air, there is a catching opportunity. That's a better shot, and he just plays away on the offside. He will pick up a single. Moves to 16 off 20.
Oh, not today.
Can you read?
Just, save replay.
Save replay. Wait a second. Play replay.
Yep.
Just hit cut if you need to bail out of the replay early.
Okay.
That's it.
Okay.
Right. How's the brain working, mate? Yeah.
There won't be too many replays, folks.
Some new technology to play with here. Again, just keeps the good ball out.
Even if you just twig to hit that.
And
something
how,
wild happens.
if I hit save replay, how many seconds back?
10.
Okay.
But worst case, even if you hit it late when you realise something bad's happened and nobody's around, there's a chance of finding it.
Bouchard being very watchful
Okay.
now, just trying to bat at no risk. Being quite conservative considering he's... Oh, that's a nice shot. And he finally gets off the mark. He'll pick up a single. Gets it just past the square leg umpire.
Well, he'll feel a bit battered out.
Yeah, it's always nice to get a score, get off the duck.
Although I used to play with a guy years and years ago who always considered that anything less than 5 was worse than a duck. You'd rather get a duck and just say, that was it, rather than... Or I managed to get in and get a few runs. I got 5, and then I got out.
I don't subscribe to that at all. I hate getting ducks.
Just used to... Oh, yeah.
Bit wider. Shaped in a little bit, but well left.
Well, that's 9 overs done. 30 on the board, 4 wickets down, and it's starting to develop into, well, not quite as bad looking as it was.
No. There's been a few overs now where the batsmen haven't played unlucky shots or bad shots. They've just been chipping away. The last batsman was out, the score was 17. So it's 13 to put on. Doesn't sound much, but in the context of this game, it's half the score. Again, just keep chipping away over by over. Bouchard in the face now. That's wildly down the leg side. Attempted run out / stumping by the wicketkeeper, but he got back into behind his crease, and then they pick up another extra. Yeah. Can you put up after this over, put up the score card again so we can see the amount of extras bowled or conceded?
Yeah,
just whenever.
We'll put up the bowling figures and perhaps that might show it.
Yeah.
Assuming that no wicket falls for the next few balls.
Just played out there to the cover region. No run.
A few people have made it down to watch today. They've missed the excitement, those turning up now.
Just shows you've got to be here at kick-off time. We'll play drifting down the leg there, and it's just played nicely out on the leg side. square of the wicket, picks up a single.
It's far enough from the two fielders in the gap to let them just jog through for another run.
Should we make some renovations to see a bit more out there? Or anyway,
Yeah,
doesn't
I'm
matter.
just wondering how breezy it is. That's
Well,
it.
the flag's
Tell you
going
what,
pretty full on.
Give me a second there, James. Let me see if I can do something.
Oh, the bowler now is
Bowling team.
right. Change his line again. It was pitching outside the line, so it was just played on the leg side and picks up another single. Been very successful coming over to wicket, but he's decided to go around the wicket just to see if they can get an extra breakthrough. This one squirts off the bat, goes to the point region where the fielder there and make sure that that's great. Make sure. Just pick me a hand up. That's great. Just making. The interesting thing is, you get a bit of a sound of the wind in the microphone here.
Yeah. That's why I got the furry animal on my one. I'll have to find a furry animal for you, James.
Whipped off the legs there. Nice shot, just picks up a single. This is good cricket, just rotating the strike.
You can always put it up a little bit if you want. If you think that.
I might have to because it's actually driving people nuts, including myself. Sorry.
Just pull it up at the back a little bit, and it might. If you pull it up there, just at the back, it might give you enough shade, but still let you see out the front. Yeah. How's that? See that? Yeah, just anywhere there. There you go. Oh.
Annoying breeze.
See if that does that seem, and you can still see out. Of course, we did buy the window wall for those days when it's lashing with rain and the umpire still won't come off.
Well, that's better. Yeah, it's less interference.
So after 10 overs, Pembroke find themselves 34 for 4. They're slowly getting this together. There you go. These two have doubled the score in their stand for the 5th wicket. And you can see that just the 6 extras so far in that total of 34. Both bowlers will be more than happy with their contribution so far.
No, they've done very well for their team.
We won't show the batting lineup quite yet.
No.
Wait till there's something to show on that.
Yes. That's not good reading from a Pembroke perspective at the moment.
Probably should have taken a couple of Salford this morning. Just a little bit woolly. Well, that's on the full. It's hit through the gap and it will make its way to the boundary on Cyril's way.
Bit of luck when he's way there. It was catchable height, but split the fielders who were out there on the leg side and, as Greg said, went to the boundary. Much needed 4.
Well, this is the way Bavaskar bats. He does tend to be positive.
Well, he's been very successful over the years with the style of batting he has, and I don't see any reason to change it. Maybe at this stage to go. Again, down forces it down leg side. It's all happening here. Viewers at home don't know what's going on, but we won't bother to go there, and let's not talk about it anymore. So, very aggressive offside field here. Got 6 on the offside. Yeah, very, very confident appeal there, but nothing going according to the umpire. 10 out of 10 for the appeal. That would have been an absolutely dream for Finglas, and I think Pembroke's captain would have just absolutely sunk into an even deeper funk than he's probably in right now if that had been given. Good to see Finglas still attacking and attacking hard. That's a good ball. Defended nicely, dug out, straight back to the bowler. No run. Should have got one in too.
I've only the one left, I'm afraid, James.
Oh no, it was. We might have to send a volunteer up to the garage.
6 Vit hits and a bar of chocolate, please.
Huh. Oh, nice thick edge there.
Runs it down to, well, a thin third man on many accounts. Quite straight and quite thin. Another run onto the total, 40 on the board, 40 for 4, still not healthy, but an awful lot better.
Then 17 for the 4.
Than 17 for 4. These two providing the partnership that very much Pembroke required at that stage. The early wickets all falling. 2 Clarks in amongst those 4 wickets.
Played straight to the man in backward point. No run.
Easily spotted. He's the one in white trousers.
Yeah. Must have been lost in transit. His uniform order.
I would actually go one step further and say it's possibly like Donald Trump turning up for the Pope's funeral in a blue suit, everyone else in black. That's well kept out. Quite sensible play. Joy Deep Roy, he really has sort of... He's the one player I actually feel has the maturity and knows, can read the situation out there.
Yeah, and he's playing it well. If you noticed, he's not playing as many cross-bat shots at the moment. He's just happy to keep it out.
Yeah, he had that 4 down the ground, and he had that awful cross-bat shot when he was batting with Eli that nearly cost him his wicket. But he seems to have eradicated those now, got them out of his system.
Well, it's always hard the first game of the season. You know, your nerves are jingling, and you're trying to do well for your team, and you don't want to, be foolish. You want to get some runs on the board, start the season in a very positive way. So I think it looks like now those nerves have settled, and there is a change of bowling happening. Looks like spin attack is going to come on and around the wicket.
He's sort of making shapes like he's a mystery spinner. It's Kieran Castley, the umpire at that end.
I think this is a good move from Finglas. They haven't been able to make a breakthrough from... Oh, that's a wild start, but he got away with it.
And he's also running out in front of the stumps there, and Castley is immediately on that and says, no, you have to go off that side.
Or I can't give you any LBW decision because I won't be
You're
able to see
running in
it.
front of me.
But also you're pitching an outside leg anyway.
And you're also ruining the protected part of the pitch.
Yes, so there's a lot wrong with that. It's almost like he's a medium pace spinner.
Well, yeah, it does seem to be more medium pace than spin, doesn't it? I mean, the ball's not going to get much opportunity to turn at that pace.
Yeah, that's
misfield by the bowler, and it's kind of cost him his first run.
Can't blame anyone else.
Annie Lan bowling from the nursery end. Little touches of blue sky up there now, about 5% of the sky that isn't covered by cloud. Glorious day yesterday.
Yeah.
Just the day you wanted to be sat in under a gazebo. protecting you from all that sun's rays and sun's heat. Oh, no footwork from Roy.
He's going to get himself an edge if he keeps this up. He's angling the ball across the batsman, trying to get deflection. That's a better ball. Better
all round, really.
Yeah, better cricket all round. Just played a nice straight bat, defended that one out. Nothing wrong with having a look with the brand new bowler. There's something behind the batsman's eye line there he wasn't happy with.
Well, that one was angled across the batsman. He had a big swipe, and it certainly went a lot finer than I think he wanted it to. But he'll take the single. Score moves on.
In fact, that's actually best result we could have got for that shot. If he had hit it more true, I think it would have pinged down here to the man at backward point.
Yeah.
Or catch an opportunity.
Sometimes you're better off with the mishit. That's a nice shot. Bouchard playing it down to third, just letting it run off the face of the bat.
Yeah, no risk in that shot. Straight to the carpet.
That is the end of the 12th over. The score has moved on to 43 for 4.
They're staging a bit of a recovery here, Pembroke.
And now I get to play. Da, 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 da. You can see those 2 wickets falling, costing Pembroke an awful lot. And at the moment, well, that total figure, that axis down the left-hand side, not really containing the numbers that Gordy would have liked to have seen. Yeah. There's far too many dots on there. And you can see early dots really did put Pembroke into a bad situation. 17 for 4 at one stage. And they've now moved on to a much better and truer scorecard.
Change at both ends now.
Yeah, double change by the Finglas skipper, is it? Or Annalene? He just bowled from the far end.
He just bowled from the far end. We're just waiting for live scoring to catch up.
Oh, one of the bowls has dropped off with the breeze. I must bring down the
flashes.
The flashing bails. Oh, that one just sort of came very strangely off the wicket. The umpires were delighted with the wicket yesterday. Speaking with Martin Potts at the tea break, he said he'd just had one that had sort of shot through. And I suggested to him, well, you often get more than that on test match pitches.
Yeah, well, it was playing pretty true, wasn't it? It was very, very steady.
There was only one wicket, he said, that was caused by a variable bounce where the ball just didn't get up and got under the bat. But, you know, you take what you can get. So, Roy it is to face. There, puts one down the leg side. The keeper has to chase after it, not being able to get his hands to it. And they get through and they'll take the one. And that will be
two
wides. Total.
2 wides. Brings the score up to 46 for 4. Just short of the first milestone from the Pembroke's innings that they would like to have. The 50 on first 50. Another wide.
All these are helping. When we looked a few minutes ago, there were 6 extras. That will take it up to sort of 9 anyway.
And that must be the 3rd highest score so far from.
Yep, ahead of
batter. Yeah,
behind these 2, but ahead of everybody else who's been to the middle.
Full toss. It's hit past the bowler. There is protection down here. And it's going to be the 1 run. Didn't try to hit it too hard. Just pushed it through.
And again, with these change bowlers, how it changes the complexion of the game.
Just open at the face there and let it run off there to the backward point region. All of a sudden, Bouchan Bavascar's on 12.
Yeah, once he gets going, he likes being positive. You can see him trying to come down the track. That was
Joy there. Joy
Joy
deep.
deep. You can see him trying to take that first step down the crease. 13 overs gone, 48 for 4.
Yeah, 5 from the over there. Pembroke will be delighted. A little bit loose there from Finglas. As long as the team's in any trouble. But still, you don't want to concede too many extras, no matter what type of or what situation the game's at.
Well, it's nearly 20% of the total. If it is 9,
Yeah.
9 out of 48.
Well, that's the thing. If you've got your foot in the neck, don't take it off.
Just handing over extra deliveries, handing over runs. Not really ideal for Finglas, but again, I don't think they're going to be too upset.
Finglas still staying with a 6-3 field, 6 on the offside.
Not much in the way of foot movement there. Sort of took a stride and then waited for the ball to arrive to him. Oh, nicely dabbed past the keeper. They'll only get a single for it, but that's just accumulating runs. That's what that sort of shot is.
Mm-hmm. I mean, if it was any finer, it probably would have gone straight into the keeper's hands. It was so fine.
Yeah, yeah, he got just enough on.
Yeah.
And now they've brought third man into the ring, and then a wide third man on the boundary. So they obviously want to cut off that shot.
Oh, they think that was an opportunity there. And I think it was an edge into the keeper's gloves who put it down.
Keeper was probably getting ready to dive full length to his right, and then when it came straight to him, it sort of confused him. His hands weren't in the right place. And as a result, well, Pembroke get away with that one. This one put in short.
Played out to the cover sort of regions for no run. Bit of chat happening out there on the field.
Nice delivery, good full delivery, dug out, but the batsman being alert. Batsman being alert means they get through for the single despite the enthusiastic appeal for a run out.
It was picked up cleanly and delivered. Finglas think that they're probably could have gone their way. Wasn't to be. And the 50's up for Pembroke. First major milestone of the innings.
It's the first round of applause I've seen from the batting side on the sidelines, acknowledging that they have reached that half-century mark. And now they're hoping to push on a bit further.
Nice shot on the leg side there out to square leg. Played away nicely. So 51 on the board after 14 for 4. So 51 for 4. Slow, steady build. They're averaging about 3.5 and over. Considering the very shaky start that they had, I think this has actually been a really good progression. Joy Deep now moved on to 19, Bouchan on 14. It's the first real partnership we've had.
34 at the moment. Captain Gordon Clark will be looking for this partnership to be taken much, much deeper, much, much further. That's sensible play. Just dropped into the leg side, take the single. No risk. Get your run.
The bowler just asking the captain whether he can have a fielder in that position to cut off the cheeky single, and they're bringing the man off the fence.
Well, this could play straight into Bouchan's and Joy Deep's hands on the basis of they don't mind lifting it to the fence.
I still think it's a bit too deep if they're trying to actually...
He's still not going to cut off that single.
That's what I mean. So, again, even another single. Bit of an attacking delivery from the fielder there. Almost takes off Joy Deep's head.
birthday greeting making its way into the commentary box for James.
Big fairy thing, yeah. Getting a bit of shape there, the bowler.
That's the man they brought in from the boundary.
And it's just beats him. He's lucky not to do himself an injury there when he gets to the fence.
He's lucky he's as tall as he is.
Yeah.
Otherwise, that fence post may have caught him. And it just hit his hand. But you see, again, manipulation by the batsman of a field. They've been taking those nice singles into the leg side, so the bowler is sort of bringing in the fielders, tightening up, let's not give them that single, and then straight away one is punched past the fielder and runs away to the boundary.
Well, what I don't really understand about this attack is that he's bowling very straight. Now, they pushed that fielder back out now onto the deep square, at the boundary rider, but they've left a big gap there now, so
they can take the single again.
Now, sure, this ball here, he bowled to his field, but most of his balls have been sort of on middle stumps or leg stumps. So why wouldn't you just take someone from the offside? Maybe even, there you go, that would have been a catching opportunity.
It certainly wouldn't have been a single with the man in there, but, you've given away 4 or 5 singles. You could try and cut that off and immediately concede the boundary. So where do you put the man? So is your field too lopsided on the offside?
Well, I think it is. I think they need to bring one man from the offside and bring it onto the onside.
Certainly if he's going to continue bowling that line of on the stumps, on leg stump, on middle stump, which enables these batsmen just to manoeuvre the ball into the leg side.
Anyway, after 15, I think it's 59 for 4. Just waiting for the
live score will catch up now. Who is our scorer today? Nick Blackley. Yeah. Brilliant. Great to see Nick back again. And thank you very much to him. He's the one who provides us with this information on the bottom of your screen, the live scoring. Also available, of course, on the Cricket Leinster website. You can go onto their live scoring page and not only pick up this game, but pick up many games, or the scorecards for. Of course, if you want to watch cricket, stay with us here on Pembroke Cricket Live.
Or even come down. Well left there. Enticing line. Another single picked up there for Pembroke.
Well, it's not the current score, but certainly Leinster were 84 for 4 against Pembroke's seconds over in Observatory Lane. And the Honorary Secretary, Mr. Kevin Ryan, tuning in today. He's been out and watched his son playing football. He's now sitting on the chair in his lounge watching this game. And he says that the force, this is obviously an earlier comment, but the force of batting like they were at the party last night. There's going to be all sorts of appeals and all sorts going on there. Umpire not interested at all.
Too much movement on the ball.
Going down the offside by a long way.
You can just tell by the angle of this bowler that to get an LBW, it's going to be almost impossible.
He's got to show the umpire he can turn it sort of 45 degrees.
Well, his only chance is essentially it's going to be a full toss on his toes.
Well, it worked earlier. Another one pushed past. The keeper can't get to that one, and it will be another bye. And the extras starting to mount up for Pembroke as they now reach 61 for 4.
One thing I've noticed here is that it's a trap that most teams seem to fall into, Pembroke teams as well, is the field's too deep in places. I think they're just allowing these singles to build up and build up and build up. Everyone's on the ring or just outside of the ring, which is way too deep, especially if you don't have actually someone on both sides patrolling that single. Anyway, after 16, it's 62 for 4. I really think Finglas would be in their interest to have someone in close cover and a close mid-wicket just to make it difficult to get these cheeky singles. At the moment, these two batters are just happy to keep rotating the strike, slowly building the innings.
A very happy.
Look, there's massive gap here on the leg side. Soft hands, and there's a single there every time.
And nobody on the fence on the offside, meaning that if you do pierce that ring, you've got a good chance of the ball running away to the boundary.
And the way they're playing too, because they're not actually playing the cut shot, they're not actually bringing point into play. I will bring point
Across to the leg side, cut off that single. I mean it's a 6-3 field at the moment.
Yeah,
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
I think it'd be wiser to have a 4-5 field. There's guys over there on the offside who haven't touched the ball for probably 5 or 6 overs. Inside edge, mate.
I think the bowler halfway through his appeal realised that he wasn't getting anything for that.
Lots of talking though after that. Lots of chat, keeping themselves in the game. Wait, again. This is too deep. At least have one player in. That's a loose sort of shot there by Roy. Couldn't help himself. Again, it's the no footwork, stick your bum out, try and stretch for it. Do everything you can to try and get an edge. Oh, that was a beautiful ball. He was very lucky not to get a feather on that through to the keeper.
That's the best ball we've seen in a while from the Finglas bowlers since they made the change.
Yeah, that was lovely. Yeah,
They're about to finish his 3rd over now. 5 dots in this over so far. And this time it is driven through the offside. It reaches the ring just outside. They'll get the single. There was a sudden panic amongst the Finglas backers up that they weren't doing their job, but luckily enough the keeper managed to get his hands to the ball. Throw was accurate enough, and with 17 overs gone, the score has moved on to 63 for 4.
That was a good over from Finglas. Just conceding the 1 run.
These two have put on 46 now. And it's been absolutely vital for the Pembroke hopes that they have stuck together, they have put together a decent partnership, and hopefully they can carry this on forward. 3 more overs to drinks. Down the leg side, that will help the Pembroke cause. When I get older, losing my hair many years from now. 64 for 4. Well dug out. The bowler, risking all sorts of injuries with that sort of fielding. Yeah, just off of your screen, he stuck out a foot a long way that sort of would have strained hamstrings and groin muscles, and I certainly wouldn't want to.
No, I think I would have been, that's my career.
Yeah.
For the season out the way, if I had tried to do that. But young and fit. Exuberant.
Younger, fitter.
Oh, that was another...
It's again, no footwork, costing the batsman. On this occasion, only a dot ball, but yeah, he's playing riskily there, isn't he?
Drag it back under the stumps, get an edge through to the keeper. There you go.
Yeah.
Got
Again,
him.
frustration, I think, for Joydeep Roy, and that is the 5th wicket falls with the score on 64. And Finglas will be delighted, and Roy really, I think they should have been seeing it through to drinks at this stage, with no more wickets down. But now we've lost half of the wickets in the first half of the innings. It's not positive for Pembroke. And Joydeep Roy makes his way to the sidelines.
Well, there was nothing pretty about that shot.
Well,
That was
my use of the replay button, absolutely useless. Niall trying to teach me how to use it, and all I can do is get... oh, yes, the celebration.
Yeah. But anyway, that's the breakthrough that Finglas wanted. And it's
He
really
just
put
missed
them
a
back
straight
in
one.
a commanded position. No, he just played all over it. No foot movement. Frustration shot. And it rattled the furniture, and he's now back in the pavilion.
Not really. It was a bit late.
Well made 23, but his team really needed him to get to drinks. Well, Finglas will be absolutely delighted. Half the team are in the shed. They've only conceded 64 runs. And this could be the dream start for Finglas so far. Andy Chase now, new member of the club. An opportunity for him to step up and show the team his worth. And his job would be just to survive until drinks at this stage. Ooh, keeps that one out. Very watchful. The bowler Analan now would be hoping that he can also add another wicket to his total. Half-hearted appeal there. Just ignored by the umpire, quite rightly so. Oh, well played. He's off the mark. Works that one behind square. Comes back for a second. It's good running. Makes it home comfortably. And that's his first 2 runs for the club. He'll be absolutely delighted to be off the mark. And at the end of 18, the score moves on to 66 for 5. Previous partnership of 47 was well needed by Pembroke. They need something similar from these two to give them a sniff of something to defend. The most important thing from a Pembroke's point of view now would be to bat the overs, eke out whatever they can get. John drifted down leg and played through the boundary, and it split the field, and he's picked up a 4. Square of the wicket, lovely shot. He's getting some nice flow in his batting here, Bouchan. He's a class player. He's made a lot of runs, and as Craig was saying 2 or 3 seasons back, he was the highest score batsman in Leinster, almost made 1,000 runs. His captain will be hoping that he can bring some of that brilliance to this innings and bat his way through. Well defended. He's got a good temperament. Start off with a nice 4, just block that one and get the one out.
I tell you, I've been looking forward to seeing Andy Chase. He played for the Silver Foxes last year. And my goodness, he primarily a bowler, but I also suspect that he knows how to wield the willow.
Well, he's off the mark now with 2. He's reasonably quick between the wickets too, so... Again, with the new batter especially, why haven't they got another guy cutting off the single here on the leg side?
Do you really need the guy on the boundary? Do you really need 6 on the offside?
Well, to have 5 on the offside, bring one guy in, and...
Do you know the guy I'd move would be mid-off?
Yeah, not doing anything out there. Well watched.
He's not contributing, the ball's not coming to him, so why not use him to cut off that single on the leg side and leave the man on the boundary?
Yeah, let him go for the drive and see if he gets an edge through to the keeper or something.
Yep.
I'd even bring the guy in 3rd man up on for a single.
Another wide down the offside this time.
I mean, you've got so many, you're only 72 conceded for your 5 wickets.
Yep.
Really bring the aggressive field in. Make him go over it. Try and get a miss hit and get caught.
If they get a couple of boundaries, so what?
Yeah, buy a wicket if you have to. But
Let's see if I can draw up my coat without including my headphone lead on the inside.
I mean, if you can get the whole team out under 100,
Oh, Wouldn't you take that?
Absolutely.
One more run to chase as he pushes one round the corner behind square leg. Takes the single. And already he looks assured out there.
He does. And the bowling's just been a little bit too loose.
Too loose, isn't he, that French player?
Yeah. French artist, yeah. That's a better ball. Don't know what Bouchan was doing dabbing at that. But anyway, after the end of 19, it's 74 for 5. Considering the start that they have, that's not a bad result.
Well, let's see if we can't enlighten our viewers with a quick look at the Pembroke card so far. As you can see, 14 extras. Joy Deep Roy, 23. Bouchan Bavaskar, 26. And extras 14 are the only 3 people who have managed to get...
Double figures.
A little late on my graphics work there. Let's hope that Niall doesn't watch this back. He'll probably take it away from me.
That's a nice shot, that. Just worked it around the corner on the leg side. Ooh.
It's that last minute thing with his hands.
Yeah, that's almost just last inch. I just reach out for just a fraction more, trying to entice the edge. Now, Bouchan's the key for this innings from a Pembroke point of view.
That's pushed out on the leg side. They will take an easy single. The fielders, once again, fielding on the ring is fielding too deep.
Yep.
Andy Chase now. He's faced 6 balls. They'll be feeling quite good. Good delivery.
That was nice.
Right across him.
Did well not to hit that, actually. It was a very good ball. He's trying to bowl him around his legs there. But concedes a wide. Extra's now 15. There's a big difference in the context of this game, 62 versus 77.
Yeah, absolutely. Chase just playing that one out in the offside and the tight offside.
One more ball till drinks, so just basically nothing silly.
3 men behind square on the offside. Another one goes down the leg side for another wide, and Pembroke will be grateful for all of these extras. What do you make that now? 16, is it?
16 extras.
So that's we're getting close to an extra delivery every over.
It's a bit too loose there by Finglas. They just need to, and that looks like drinks now.
And that will be drinks. So at drinks, Pembroke have reached 78 for 5. Andrew Chase is unbeaten on 4. And Bavaskar unbeaten on 27. So we will take a short break and we will join you again after drinks.
Oh, let's see. It's coming back. Is it coming back on its own? It is.
What's happening? Oh, that. Oh, okay, I'm on because of that.
No.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, no. Welcome back, everyone. Players are making their way back to the centre. No doubt many wise words have been spoken to both teams in the drinks break from various different people. Interesting to see if there's any change to the attack from Finglas. At this stage it doesn't look so. Looks like they're sticking with the bowling attack that they had.
I'm gonna go. I'll see you later.
Okay,
I'll be back.
Still waiting a few more players to come out. The breeze is still quite blowy here at Sydney Parade, coming from the left of your screen across the right. I think all players now are on the field. They're just setting. I know a few more stragglers are coming through. And it looks like we're going to pick up where we left off. The second half of the first innings. Situation is Pembroke are in a fair bit of trouble, but not as much as it was. They're on 78 for 5. Bushan Bavaskar now is top scored at 27 off 39. Andrew Chase is relatively new to the crease. He's 4 off 9. Looking quite good though. And can these two put on a significant partnership? First ball of the second half comes in. Bushan takes a few steps down the wicket, but lets the ball go through. Ball a bit wide and just played off to the offside there. No run. Non-striker Andrew Chase alert to possibility of a run, but was sent back. That ball was a little bit on the wide side, but he gets away with it. Just trying to entice the batter to have a swing at that and maybe get an edge. Batter having nothing of it. This one is a bit better, shapes in. Whipped off his legs, now pick up a single. Still a huge gap on the leg side there. Just think it would be better for Finglas if they could actually cut off those runs. It just makes it very difficult for the team to build any pressure if you can just keep rotating the strike. Played out there to mid-off position, no run. This time, a little bit wider. Batsman plays it off to the mid-off. Mid-off is quite deep, so he picks up a single. And 80 on the board now for 5 after 21. Very watchful start to the second half by Pembroke, as you'd expect. Is there going to be a change of bowling at the far end? It looks like there is. I think this is a good move. Always good to try and keep the batsman guessing. Don't let them get too comfortable. Again, the field is very spread. There are singles available on both sides. I'm not sure if I would agree with this field, but Oh, that's a very loose, wide ball. Slammed away around the corner by the batsman who's going to pick up a boundary. Had two options there. Let it go and get a single, or wide I should say, or take the other option and score 4 runs. I think the rise move was there to get the 4. His first boundary, he'd be very happy about that. Chase moves on to 9. That's a loosener for the bowler there. Let's see if he brings it back into line now. Again, a bit too short, and it's whipped away on the leg side. Picked up a single to... This one floated up and cut very late. Goes down to the third man region. Again, the field is very, very deep, so there's a single every time. So, folks.
Only if I can be bothered to
No. Club down the ground there. Bowler gets a finger on it, but not enough to stop it. No, scamper through for another single. Sort of floating the ball up there, very, very slow. There you go, wide angle. You can see how deep all the fielders are, especially on the leg side. Definitely getting some flight there. Cut very late. Fielded with his feet out there in the field. Where else would you be fielding? They're just rotating the strike here, making it very easy. Oh, that's sloppy fielding. Just stuck his foot out there. Didn't even bend down to attempt to pick that one up. Anyway, after that over, wow. 9 from it. 89 for 5. No, there's 5 wickets down, but Finglas are letting this get away from them just ever so slightly. I think if a tighter field and if they hadn't bowled them out of extras, they could have had this, closer to the 60 run mark.
James?
Oh, thank you.
haven't gone restocking my water yet or anything else. I wrote down the UHDs again. It didn't have
Beats the batsman on that occasion. Good ball.
this shot. No, I won't.
He's got a good technique, Andy. Chase. Nice straight bat. Limiting the amount of risky shots he plays. Things done well so far. He's moved on to 12. That one came in nicely from the bowler. It was a good ball. Defended well. Shaping the ball in nicely to the right-handers.
Interesting bowling change at the other end, wasn't it?
Well, that went for 9. It was very costly. Yeah, well played. Straight bat.
As I was walking down the wall, Ashley Balburney said to me, geez, wouldn't mind facing this bowling. I hadn't seen him, and then I looked and went, that would encourage you to play.
Full toss there.
Driven down the ground, reaches the circle really. He's through for an easy single. 90 on the board now for Pembroke. Still worryingly those 5 wickets down. But then again, first game of the year, you've got a lot of guys who you don't really know how they're going to go. And it could be that you find that these 2 batsmen end up being your 3 and 4.
Well, that's true. Well, it definitely puts a lot of thought into the skipper's mind and the selector's mind about what the lineup possibly should be. Again, you don't want to panic just after the first game, but again, look how easy it is to get a single there with how
They're
deep
just-
this field is.
Yeah, they're just fielding that a little bit too deep to be saving the single. They're almost trying to do two jobs. They're trying to stop boundaries whilst being in the ring. So they're going that step or two deeper. And you know it's a bed bug of mine
Yep.
with the fielding on the ring.
Well, I've been boring the listeners ad nauseum here about that for the last few overs, about my frustration on why are they allowing Pembroke to concede singles. Like all of a sudden, we're 91 for 5 after 23. That could have been 65.
Yep. And let's be honest, they were 4 down for 17. So these last two partnerships have been exceptionally important.
27 so far for this partnership. It's a tennis player grunt, and again they sneak through because the field's so deep. They sneak through for another single. Well, not sneak through, but they have the opportunity to run a single.
Andy Chase, good bit of pace on him, made sure he was home safely and quickly, and it brings him on to face now.
Everyone should take 5 or 6 steps forward, I think. Oh, that's loose as.
And exceptionally wide. The fact that short third man did the wicketkeeper's job will tell you how wide it was.
Okay, he's just trying to be being a bit exuberant there. That's a nice shot there. He got behind it.
Chase just stroking it for a single, really. I'd say he's had more difficult bowling playing for the Silver Foxes than he's currently experiencing here in this fourth 11 fixture. So, James, how old are you today?
Older than I was yesterday. That's it. Oh,
There's a man down there. He's been down there all game, and I think that's the first one he's actually had to field down there. Everything else had been going a little finer than that.
yeah.
Nicely avoided the question, though.
Thank you. I'll put it this way: I'm in the autumn years of my cricket career. Oh, that's well played. Well bowled.
I still say the best is yet to come, James. Quick hello to Simon Heaney. He's staring out of his bedroom window at the moment.
that's
Give us
nice.
a wave, Simon. He's tucked away there. He's suffering with ill health today. Didn't make it to the party last night.
No, it's a shame. It would have been great to see him.
Yeah, those extra 4 cases of Bulmers that were ordered in by the bar staff.
They won't go to waste though.
They won't go to waste, will they, Simon? He'll be back in short term. I'd say he'll be back out here again next weekend for the first team.
So after 24, it's 96 for 5. Creeping towards the second milestone in the Pembroke innings.
Well, we're almost getting to the stage now where we should be, looking for what will be the final total that Pembroke will amass. And of course, with only 5 wickets left.
Well, there'll be some talent still to come, but it's important that these guys stick around for at least another 10 overs, you'd think.
Oh, very much so.
And, they're going at 5 or 6 and over. Some strengths, really. Maybe slightly higher. About 5, let's say about 5 and over. They went up to the appeal, we forgot to actually secure the ball, and they were able to scrape through there. Did he get a tickle on that, did he?
No signal from the umpire. Suggest. Oh,
No, there we go.
go.
Didn't hear anything, so I thought, oh.
Late signalling by umpires and early scoring by scorers always ends up with a mess because you give it, he hasn't signalled, right, we'll give it to the batsman, and then next minute the signal comes in and you've got to go back and change everything, and especially with the live scoring, it's very tricky. Well, Baviskar was bouncing very well for his 33. It's taken him a half century of deliveries to get there, but I don't think his captain's going to care about how many balls it takes him.
Oh, that's a
And
lovely shot. Look at that.
I think that's the best shot he's played all day.
I think it's the best shot of the innings, actually, as well.
And that is a cracking shot, and more than that, it brings up 100 for Pembroke. They move on to 101 for 5 in the 25th over. The scoring rate has crept above 4, just about.
Now, from a Finglas point of view, you wouldn't be too concerned, but I think just from a discipline point of view, it just feels like the venom's come out of the attack.
Yeah, they were well on top early on. Pembroke are sort of dragging themselves back into the game. Bamascar around the corner, fielder in front of the clubhouse. There's a man climbing on the roof of the clubhouse.
Yeah, it's a health and safety accident just waiting to happen, isn't it? Yeah.
You wouldn't know what you'd find up there. Dead bodies, all sorts. Well, that's just driven straight back down the ground. Chase getting in on the boundary act. He'd had enough, and he hits that for 4, and it's a lovely 4. Takes him on to 20, and the score moves on to 106 for 5.
He's a powerful man, so it probably wasn't the most graceful of shots, and it was just a nice bludgeon, but he had the power to get it past everyone.
Wow.
It was a good shot, actually, all things considered.
10 off the first 4 balls of this over. I think this possibly could be the best over with regards to scoring runs for Pembroke.
There you go, he just gets a thick edge.
Edges it for another single behind the sticks.
And now the runs seem to be flowing quite easily for Pembroke. Oh, it's a very wide ball there from the Finglas bowler. Trying to shape it away from the batter, but just too much. It's another extra. Strong breeze is still blowing across the ground, left to right of your screen. You can see there's a little bit of vibration in the actual camera. I'm sick of saying it again. Field is too deep, allows for a single. After 25, it's 109. That's 13 from that over. And Pembroke look like they're mounting a pretty successful recovery. Whether it will be enough if these guys stay in, well, only time will tell. But it's been a long time since the wicket fell. The last wicket fell in the 18th over. The score was on 64. It's now 109. It's a 45-run partnership. And just what Pembroke needed. Sticking with the same bowling attack. They've got a man here in almost like a fly, not really a fly slip position, sort of nothing position. It's not the third man, but it's just in a no man's land. I actually reckon bring him up into slip. Really put some pressure on the batter. Even at the moment, the batter miscues that there's plenty of real estate there that the ball's going to probably land safe.
Nicely dropped down to third between 2 fielders, but there is a third fielder behind square on the offside who keeps it to a single.
Here's Bamascar up to 40. His team really needs him to go on and get a big score. He wants to be there at the end. Oh, well played there.
And again, single taken straight to the fielder, suggesting that maybe a little deep fielding there. What do you think, James?
Oh, that's an unusual perspective, yeah.
Pull pin, walk away.
Yeah. Got some of the crowd there asking, encouraging the bowler. Again, same shot.
Now, the fielder did have to go a couple of yards to his right, but again, easy singles. 1-1-1 becomes 1-1-2. 5 wickets down and still 14 overs plus this delivery which is a dot ball, wisely played by Chase. And that is 26 overs gone, 1-1-2 for 5. And this overcast day continues, although there are patches of blue around. Nobody's actually wrapped up too much in the crowd.
Yeah, it's just 2 layers, no 3 or 4 layer jobs here at the moment.
Oh, Noel's just found a ball up on the roof.
What I think is interesting here, and we are going to bang on, no doubt, about this loose, I guess, fielding or just a wide field settings, it's that it's not building any pressure on the batters. We had one in the last over there, someone in the field was encouraging the bowler to get a wicket, but it makes it difficult, except for LBW or being bowled, how else are you going to get a wicket here? The batters don't have to lift the ball over the ring to get it to the boundary because everyone's on the boundary.
Yep.
Pretty much. Or on the ring, so the ring's so deep.
30 yards.
Happy
you only have to run 22 to get a run. And
Exactly.
if you're 30 yards away,
Yeah.
doesn't make it easy. Short, tempted pull into the leg side, and a fielder who, well, Gary Pratt-esque with his moving to the ball, picking it up, not quite throwing the stumps and not quite seeing Ricky Ponting disappear. Mind you, I don't think Babaskar will be too upset that he's being compared to...
Oh, tried to use his feet to field there. They're going to pick up 2. Bit sloppy.
I mean, all he had to do was stop it and it would have stopped the second run. Not even the pickup, but just stop the ball once it continued moving. The batsman knew they were safe enough to get through for a second. Babaskar has moved on to 41 now.
I think it's actually 43. Finglas are still catching up.
Oh, there we go. They are just catching up, aren't they?
It's a better ball. Just played back to the bowler for a dot. Oh,
That's
bamboozled everyone.
A chance, I think. That may have been an edge past the keeper.
I did hear a noise.
The umpire says, yes, it was an edge. And Tony, the keeper, has put what I'm only calling him Tony because that's what's written on the back of his shirt.
Yeah.
But he couldn't get to it, and they get through for another run.
Oh, it's expensive miss.
Nicely tucked away by Chase, and that will reach the fence, and that is another boundary. And the Pembroke, well, they've now put on 100 for the last 2 wickets. The last 2 wicket stands have taken them up 100 runs, 119 for 5. They were 17 for 4. So it has been a fabulous recovery, and a lot of that is down to Bhushan Babaskar. I learned today that if you have a car in your name like Babaskar, the chances are that you've come from Mumbai or the state that Mumbai is in.
Oh, okay, right.
There you go. You learn something new every day.
55-run partnership so far.
It's exactly what Pembroke have needed. This middle order to fire. The top order falling over today.
No, well played there.
Won't happen every week, of course.
No, but it keeps it exciting for the viewers. Maybe a bit too exciting.
Oh.
Sorry, Dad.
Look.
Oh, the sight screen's going. Hang on.
Nobody put the brakes on.
As you can see, your screen's gone very abstract art. The actual sight screens are blowing onto the field now like yachts that have burst their anchors. The camera is underneath the sight screen. The Dougals have fallen over. Sorry about the lack of picture here. The game's been stopped. So, we might just take 5 people while we try to get things sorted out again. So go put the kettle on. We will be back as soon as we possibly can, hopefully in the next few minutes.
Because it has to be offset, okay, so you can't have them side by side like that. It won't go all the way across with these things. They've got to be offset. Okay. Just get them off the start and just wait for it. Right spot to start. Get it back, just try to straighten it. Perfect, thank you. Are you going on that one? Yeah. Oi. Now you shouldn't try and move the screen with the brakes on. The brakes will go. All over the ground. Brakes off again. Just the wind hanging. Side screen losing the wind. Push it out. And now straight that way. So I just tried to get this side that way. Yeah, that's good. Thanks everyone. Okay, Andy. Yeah, so just hit at the bottom right. So on the little stream neck. The yoke bottom right. Right.
Well, it's all dramatic here at Sydney Parade at the moment. The wind caught the sight screens. Somebody hadn't put the brakes on. So it caused the collapse of the main camera. And as a result now we just have this wide-angled ground camera, and we'll continue with that for the moment and describing the action for you. Wide outside the off stump, and James, if you take that now, I'll see if I can get us a better picture.
Okay. Yeah, so as Craig was saying, we'll soldier on with what we have. That was a good bit of fielding actually. The ball cut away to the...
So did something fall or?
Yeah, we zoom in there and see if we can...
The whole pole came down, and then because the sight screens were moving, they were dragging the cable with it. So I had to disconnect the cable, save the camera. I was on the roof at the time.
Another run to the batters there.
Then realised just how far it was.
Bit healthier run rate now, 4.36. Oh, maybe that was an opportunity there, but put down by the keeper. No run.
Okay.
Andrew Chase, 26 now. It's been a Good innings. And a bit of frustration there from the bowler. Just hurls it back to the keeper. 120 up. You would have thought this would be the score after the initial collapse.
Yeah, I was making plans that I was going to see Antiques Roadshow this evening. Get home in time for that one. Nothing more than a 60-year-old likes than watching some old wrecks.
Yes.
Bringing their possessions into experts to be told, oh, yeah, that's worth 200 quid. I paid 3,000 for it.
Yeah, in 1943.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure we all hope that we have that winning lottery ticket of that thing in the roof that...
Yes, that antique vase that turns out to be worth a squillion.
Yeah.
That's good over there by Finglas. They only conceded the 1 run. 120 for 5 off 28.
12 overs remaining.
Finglas still very much in the driving seat now, but they've opened up the door just a little bit from Pembroke, one would feel. And these two have done a great job for the team. Just tipped it up. Again, a fielder in there, that's a half a chance for a catch.
Well, it's certainly an easy single anyway, with the field back the way it is. And these two won't mind that at all. Bavaskar, he's now on 46, and Chase has very quickly moved on to 26 from 32, perhaps showing a bit of his Taverner's form. That came off the middle of the bat. I don't know why the bowler is appealing that.
I think it's just a shout of frustration.
I think he realised it would have hit the stumps if he hadn't got that bit of wood in the middle. But, yep, safely there.
And Finglas seem to have gone a little bit to sleep in the field here. They don't seem to have the amount of energy that they had before. Again, just another easy single into that leg side.
One of our viewers has tuned in and chimed in with a little comment and wanted me to ask you, James, what do you think of Finglas' fielding positions?
Well, funny you should mention that. Let's go. Yeah, I know. We're banging on a bit about it, but...
Oh, look, it's wrong.
It is wrong. Now, they're lucky that they're in a great commanding position at the moment, but if this was a tighter game, then I reckon that they've... Again, unnecessary underthrow. There's going to be 5 over, or no, they won't get to the boundary.
It will be pulled up, but they will pick up another 2. Oh, another 1.
Yeah,
and Chase is run out. He was looking for a second there. His partner sent him back. The throw went to his end, and he departs now for 27, having been run out, or run himself out, depending on your viewpoint on this. But he'll be disappointed with that, because he was looking so comfortable out in the middle.
He was.
Andy Chase, 27, run out. And Pembroke now 1, 2, 3 for 6.
59-run partnership. Oh, disappointing from a Pembroke's point of view. All happening out there, but...
Bavastar was quite correct in sending him back.
Oh, no, absolutely. It wasn't on. It was just a rush of blood there. I think this might be Keegan Ship coming out to bat. Young man making his debut on the fourths. 725 for 6. So a 61-run partnership, I should say. Just scoreboard catching up. A bit of luck going Finglas' way that time. Quite sloppy fielding that enticed the non-run. Anyway, the breakthrough's been made. The partnership is broken. Can Pembroke put together another significant partnership to try and get them maybe 160, 170 to defend, maybe even higher? Yeah, mate. Oh no, it's Koshal Safi to come out, according to this. And
back in again.
Back in again. That's the second duck he's had this weekend. It's just not his weekend at all.
He's not having a good weekend. 2 innings, no runs, and another wicket falls, and 1, 2, 5 for 7 now. And the question has to be, is Bavaskar going to get to his half-century? He's on 46, but he's running out of partners. 7 down now. And I think now you're seeing the person you wanted to see last time.
Yeah.
I think Keegan Shipman.
Ship.
Ship?
Yep.
Thank you. making his way out to the middle.
Oh, that's a... Look, you know, the positive for Koshal Safi there is that it's only ways up.
Very much so. Very much so.
It's disappointing when you're having those sorts of weekends.
Yeah, it's one of those, why do I play this game?
Yeah, it's brutal, isn't it?
It is. It can be. And it certainly was on that occasion.
Anyway, Finglas sniffed the end here, so they'd be wanting to make short shift of this.
Well, if they can
Get 'em
bowl
out.
Pembroke out before the 40 overs, it will be a great victory for them. And that's a nice shot to get underway. Drop down to third. There'll be no second there. Keegan probably a little wary of Baviska. Always the way when you come into somebody who's just been part of a run out.
So two wickets in that last over. They put on 6 runs for those 2 wickets.
Yeah.
Anyway, another chance to rebuild and try to get that score over 150. Maybe anything over that I think would be a bonus. Although there's still essentially 10 overs in hand. If they can still keep this run rate at 4+. Bring up to the mid to high 160s. But the lack of wickets in hand is always a problem.
Well, Pembroke want to
Anyway,
at least get through to the 40th over.
Oh, he's bowled.
He's bowled him, and that's a very good delivery. Yorker on the off stump. Ship not getting his bat down to it, and he departs for just 1. And that's 8 down now, and Pembroke's innings, well, it started badly. It had a bright spot in the middle, and now it's tailing off as well.
Well, that's unfortunate for the young man, but absolute joy for Finglas. All of a sudden, 3 more wickets down for the loss of, 7 runs. And they could sniff that they could have this out get out of this with a very cheap total to chase down.
Well, Baviska, the only bright light there, and it's quite right that he's highlighted. I think he's highlighted because he's not out, but just 2 more batsmen come in now. Doherty and Doobie. 18 extras in 30 overs.
Yeah. That's contributed significantly to a total of 126. If those 18 weren't there, you'd just be scraping over the 100 mark. Question is now, will Bhushan get those extra 3 runs to get his half century, which he thoroughly deserves? Just waiting for live scoring to catch up and advise who his partner is. That's so important now for Pembroke just to bat the overs if they can. It was a very good ball. Spearing Yorker there. Took out off stump. Perfect way to start an over. This might be Paranjay. Just defends that one out. Bowler attempts a similar ball to what got the last wicket, as you would. This way, this time just defend it out. Paranjay's job is just to get singles and get Bhushan on strike. Bit of chat in the middle as we wait for the bowler to continue. Oh, has a little dab at that on the offside there. Very little footwork. That's what he should have done, what he's practicing now, but just wiggled a toe, really. Always hard to get the feet moving when you're first out there, especially when you're under a fair bit of pressure. And again, I'm going to bang on about it. Perfect opportunity to bring the fielders in, create pressure on the new batsman. And this one goes underneath the keeper. It will be stopped, but they can scramble through for a bye. Another one to the total. A long way to go still. Still got the best part of 30 overs, or sorry, not even 30 overs gone. Got 10 more to go. And it's given LBW. Then Ford didn't get any bat on it, and Bouchan perishes. And so one would think it would be the hope of Pembroke, the last established batsman. 128 for 9 now. And Pembroke in all sorts of trouble. The last batsman comes out. Be Justin Doherty. Professor, as they nickname him. Anything these two can put on, one would think would be a bonus. Although they have both contributed with the bat in the past, more than one occasion. So will they have it in it to be able to bat a few more overs, maybe even get to the end, try and get their side above 150? It's a big ask. It's not their job to get runs. We shall see. So the score has moved on from 120 for 5, now 126 for 9, or 128 for 9. Allowed appeal there, hoping to clear, finish this off. The umpire not putting the finger up, and that's the end of the over. And what an over that's been. 2 wickets from it. So at the end of 30, it's 128 for 9. Well, that's changed the complexion of the game. Finglas well and truly in the commanding driving seat at the moment, and they would be feeling very good about this. It's a funny game, cricket, though. Still need to get a 128. If they had a bowled a lot tighter and maybe had a tighter field, they could have had this score under 100, one would feel. It is what it is. And the new over starts. And Bouchan whips that one off the legs. There's no one out there to take the catch. It's fielded and they'll pick up a single. Lovely shot though. Again, he's not bowling to his field, so I don't know why there's 6 on the offside. They could really close this out if they wanted to. Anyway, I think well, didn't need it in the end. And that's the last one to go down, last batter. So, Pembroke all out for 129. Need 130 to win, Finglas, and they will be feeling incredibly confident that that's going to be quite easy. Anyway, we'll talk about this, no doubt, at length after the break. I'm not sure we were taking a break just yet, or whether
It might play on a bit
or not. We're just waiting for the umpires to make a decision. But Finglas will be feeling this is going to be an easy victory.
Niall? No, that looks okay.
We might just take a 5-minute break here, or we might just look at some highlights, or how the camera's back.
Let's see what he does with it.
That's good to see that the camera is. I think umpires were just talking to the team about whether they wanted to have a break or not. Maybe they do.
Sandwiches are inside. Oh.
Yeah.
Sandwiches are inside anyway.
Well, they're probably better off having a break now and getting some energy.
Yeah.
Yeah, that looks like they're all coming off now. So we might... Oh, that's earthquake material there.
We'll go back to that camera.
Yeah.
So thank you very much for joining us for that first innings. A disappointing one from the Pembroke point of view. 129 all out in the 31st over. Shall we have a look at the card?
Absolutely. I mean, Finglas will be absolutely delighted. They've
And there is the card.
not
Gavaskar falling short of a half century.
Yeah, it's unfortunate for him there that he just played totally around the ball that crashed into the pads.
But apart from the three who made double figures, being Joydeep Roy, Bhushan, Bavaskar, Andrew Chase, and extras with 20, apart from that, you see 5, 0, 2, 1, 0, 1, 1, 0. Not ideal.
No, it's a pretty poor batting performance there by Pembroke. I think be down the nets on Wednesday night,
Yeah.
focusing on defence.
Well, it's one of those things, isn't it? And a lot of these guys did spend time winter netting. Many congratulations to Finglas. They'll be delighted at having bowled Pembroke out and setting themselves a target of 130. There are the bowling figures. Nobody particularly shines.
No.
The openers did very well, and they reduced Pembroke 17 for 4. But after that, you can see not really much there until bowlers 5 and 6 picked up 2 apiece and closed out the innings. And you can see that there. Look, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 wickets falling for 4 runs.
Yeah, it's very hard to be competitive when that happens at both ends of the innings.
Yeah, I mean, there have been 2 stands for 108 runs. And that was the 5th and 6th wicket. Once that 6th wicket fell, well, the rest folded up.
That's it. One partnership for 47, one for 61, and then there's nothing to speak of.
After that.
Well, it's going to be an interesting challenge for the Pembroke bowlers. Can they do the same, wreak the same devastation on Finglas? Well, it's going to be a hell of a bowling performance if they do. Finglas don't need to do anything except for just work singles.
And there is the match summary. 40 overs to get 130 runs. Not a taxing run rate, 3 1/4. But, well, Pembroke will have their work cut out for them in the second innings. And maybe, just maybe, their bowling attack will do well enough. And again, it'd be interesting to see for the Finglas side. If you take 4 or 5 wickets, does it become suddenly a lot easier? We don't know.
Yeah.
But a first team playing against our fourths, you're sure to have a couple of good batsmen up top, and that's what they'll be keeping an eye on. So for the moment, James, we'll take a break.
I think so.
And we might go and give Niall a hand with reconstruction of the camera setup. That happened with, I think, three wickets to fall, and by the time we got it fixed, 3 wickets had fallen.
Yeah.
So we'll take a few minutes here now, and we'll be joining you now for the second innings.
Yeah, bye-bye.
They were. Don't know. Who they did?
That's the call timing, right?
Leave your gear there, no? Huh? Leave your gear there since Kerry's there back. Like, we're not meant to freeze up, you can go in.
Will come over here.
Huh?
No, because it's fine.
We only use 2 pieces in railway. Come on, come on, come on. Stop that crap.
Yeah. Oh, it's a nice 4-piece. Ooh. Next time Graham Moon comes down, you should say, I got this brand new 4-piece ball, you want to check it out?
Oh, he's reporting you now, look. Oh, no.
That'll do me. Thank you, Neville.
Okay, right. See you. Good luck.
Thank you.
shame for the young man to get a ball like that early on.
Yeah, it might not be a camera. We're going to sort of head off at about 5:30.
Yeah. Well, welcome back to Sydney Parade, our Sydney Parade Sunday. First Sunday of the season, April the 27th. Happy birthday, James Cresswell. However...
Lucky you don't have a lisp.
Well, Pembroke, after what we would call a disappointing first innings,
Well done.
have set Finglas a total of 130 for victory. You can see just the end of the Pembroke innings on your screen at the moment. Yeah, they've had better days.
As Tony Gregg might have said, there's some rain out there on the bay, and it's heading, and these will be praying that it's coming and coming fast.
Yes.
Well, unfortunately, I don't think there's any rain today, and it won't be enough. But
Do you know what I've been absolutely heartened with today?
Mm-hmm.
The amount of silver foxes who have tuned in just to watch Andy chase one of their own.
isn't that brilliant?
He's made the step up from the silver fox, or step down from the silver foxes to the fourths, and he was a big contributor with the bat, 20-odd runs in that first innings. But more importantly, part of a 50-run partnership. He accepted himself, I spoke to him during the break, he accepted himself that there was no second there for the overthrow.
Yeah, it was just a rush of blood.
Oh!
That hurt. Ouch.
Dougal and Hamish are ground mics tumbling to the ground. We're going to have to fix those to a keg or something. We've no keg down here this year. They're going to have to go on the benches.
You'll bury him in the ground.
Put them in front of us, Niall. Put them in front of us.
Anyway, that was fun for the eardrums.
Yeah, well...
But great for the Silver Foxes. Great team. Great bunch of guys, actually, too.
well led by Johnny Bell. Does a
certainly is.
lot of admin there. Does a lot of work for those lads. And hopefully this year we'll see him back on the pitch himself. So that will be the way. But meanwhile, back here on Sydney Parade 1, Justin Doherty is going to open the bowling for Pembroke Fourths, defending 130.
Just remember where they were.
Batsman just having a look at that. Deciding there's a bit too much bounce and a bit too cramped. Let one go through.
And again, this is Justin's ace, is his line and length, his absolute consistency. And it's a consistent run-up, consistent delivery.
And that's the interesting thing. It's only...
And I say that, and he pulls up and he run up.
Well, the batsman pulled out of the shot.
Yeah.
Well, still got 130 to get. It's funny old game, cricket.
Well, this is similar to yesterday. There's only two ways this game's going to go. Either Finglas are going to get the runs or Pembroke are going to take the wickets. I do not think we're going to see 40 overs of cricket here.
Yeah, well, that would be something for the books, but no, you're absolutely right. Finglas just need to basically ride out the first 5-10 overs, get used to it, and then just concede or just run singles, basically. Get the odd boundary if it presents itself. Pembroke have to bowl out of their skins. Avoid extras if they can. Keep tight lines.
Well, he's drifted onto the legs. There's a nice bit of fielding by Eli Clark's foot. Didn't quite get his hands to it, but his foot did the job. Well, no damage to himself.
First run on the board for Finglas.
Well, and again, part of the intrigue in this game now will be the Finglas approach to chasing down 130. It's only a small total. How deep is their batting order? We have no idea. But how are they going to approach it? The openers going to bat like openers and see us through to sort of 10 overs, 15 overs, and just take it nice and handy, as they say.
Well, they've part of the...
Wide of the off stump to the left hand,
splits the
powered through
field.
the gap. Eli Clark pulls it up in front of the rope, but 2 more runs onto the total.
You see it sometimes, maybe even on these lower levels, where the batters think, that's not much for a total. We can just go out there and let's just get it done quickly, and they get themselves in all sorts of trouble.
Yeah, if they play this like a 20-over game, they could end up in difficulty.
Yeah, well played there, just get that one out.
I mean, one advantage to playing today is, and we spoke about this earlier with the number of players playing twice at the weekend, but people like Naveen have got a few overs into their arm, played on this wicket, and should have a good idea about it.
Yeah. That is so true.
Anyway, Captain Gordon Clark is calling upon the Silver Fox himself, Andy Chase. Andrew, he's... I'd say he came across as a bit of a surprise to a few Taverners teams with his bowling.
Yeah, I saw him in the nets for the first time the week just been, and that sort of went through my mind. It's like that would have been a little bit messy pants if you're a Taverners player. Having someone like Andy bowl at you, he was quick, he was accurate.
His problem last year was time to play at the weekend.
Yeah.
Obviously that issue has been resolved now, and he's gone straight into the force. I think his performances at nets would have impressed Gordon enough that he didn't need to take a couple of goes on the 6s, 5s and 4s, taking wickets. Now, obviously, as the season goes on, if he takes a load of wickets here, he will get that chance on the 3rds.
Yes.
And if he doesn't, he may find himself down on the 5ths.
Well, he's proved today anyway that he's comfortable with the bat. He's got a technique, and
I have no doubt he's not going down to the 5ths. The only way for him now is up.
He's up, absolutely.
Short, pulled away on the offside, and it's gone through the hands of the captain. That happened off screen, and I think he'll be delighted it wasn't on screen. That was he just seemed to get his feet tangled up.
Yeah, he had to turn around to try and get the. He wasn't settled.
But at least I thought of it. Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, it was unfortunate. He wasn't settled. He was still moving, and it popped through his fingers. It was a terrible ball, to be fair, but sometimes they're the ones that bring the wickets.
Yeah, he didn't time it at all off the bat.
And he was a half tracker. So,
and as a result, it was awkward. And Gordon just didn't get his feet set underneath him. That was the problem. Big swing, too wide for the umpire.
Just trying a bit too hard, I think, Andrew. He just needs to...
Well, he's certainly looking to impress here now. Native of South Africa. I don't even know which part. I picked that up off his accent. I could be wrong there as well. I'm sure the Silver Foxes will let me know straight away how wrong I am or where he is from.
Yeah, just trying to find his line at the moment. He's suited 2 extras there. Another wide down leg side, just trying to correct the radar.
Well, this is it, isn't it? Forget the previous ball and start again. You know, if you start trying to compensate and saying, don't push it outside that left stump, you go way too far the other way. It's coming round the wicket. Full ball, played back down. They think of a run, and one of them thought of a run. I don't think the other gentleman fancied that at all.
Yeah, sent back quite rightly.
Balachandran, it was at the non-striker's end. He's the man who made the decision that, well, I'm not going.
Are you kidding? Yeah. Anyway, he's paid his subs. He might as well use the facilities and get the ball on the track. So hopefully this time it'll be the ball from his point of view that lands in the right position. That's a better ball. Oh,
Lovely ball to a right-hander.
That's a bit harsh, I would have thought.
Went down the leg side.
Yeah, but the batsman move across. Anyway, it's deemed a leg side wide. Just not happening for the young man at the moment. Comes in again. That's a better ball. And it's just played out to mid-on. No run.
Naveen at mid-on doing the smart bit of... Oh, mid-off. Left-hander. Doing the smart bit of work in the field. As another dart rolls its way southwards. Ground mics are fabulous, really, aren't they?
Fair enough.
Short, it's pulled away. There's no man underneath it. There is a man coming round to stop the boundary, and he can't, and it slips away to the fence. Oh, look at that for an arm from a youth. Just casually flipped it in with his wrist to the wicketkeeper.
Yeah, I would have dislocated my shoulder at the moment if I had done that.
I wouldn't be able to get. I wouldn't be able to get it that far underarm. Because underarm it would have to be.
Yep. Just struggling at the moment, Andy, to get his line and length right. And a few free gifts to the opposition. That's a better ball. But again...
Yep. I'd almost prefer to see him over the wicket trying to slant it across the left-hander. Maybe even put a slip in.
There's something that's putting him off. I just wonder if you ask the umpire to step back 1 or 2 paces. Or something that's not... Something's not working for him at the moment. Or even change ends or something. A bit hard at the moment, they're halfway through an over, but you know what I mean? It's just...
Bowl left-handed. There's a change for you.
Yeah. Probably get a wicket now.
Yeah. Oh, my word. James Cresswell, on its birthday, calls it absolutely perfectly.
What are the odds of that?
He really... That's amazing, James. Well done. Andy Chase picks up his first wicket in his first over, and what a over it's been. 1 wide, dot, 4 wide wicket. He still has a ball to come, and he now has picked up his first senior wicket for Pembroke Cricket Club. Many congratulations to him. Big inside edge from the left-hander, and he'll be delighted, having got the ball in the right area, that it's paid off for him, and he now has that first wicket. Well done, Andy.
Well done, Andy.
I'm sure the text messages now will come flooding in on the
Silver
group.
Foxes.
The Silver Foxes group.
No, that's a great recovery. Well done. He'll be feeling so much more relief now. And that's what we have to do. Easy. Just do that again.
There we go.
Now we have a
I'll
lefty.
kick it off in the Silver Foxes. First one done.
See if I can call a few more wickets.
Oh, my word. Gordon would be taking you to away games.
He's got a lefty now. Oh, no.
Right-hander.
Oh, no.
Played away down to third man. Keegan Ship down there. He'll do the work. And he gets a nice throw back again. You can just tell how athletic somebody is by how they throw. It just shows you how the shoulders move and yeah.
Well, he's young and fit.
Yeah. Yeah. I'd almost be quicker going to get my bicycle.
Yeah. 11 runs from the over, but there was a wicket, so it's a real mixed over, that one. But ultimately, Pembroke will be delighted. Much needed early breakthrough.
9 more required.
Justin Doherty to continue from the nursery end. Played away on the offside. Again, field is very deep. No one there to save one. There is a boundary rider, so I wonder if it's worth bringing in Andy in for more of a catching position. Batter does well there, just keeps that one out. Dot ball. Pembroke need a succession of quick wickets here, one would feel, to keep them in the game. Can they build pressure? And Finglas will be thinking, we just need to survive this. Oh, a cross-back shot, he goes away with it. Wasn't the most convincing shot from a number 3. Good throw. That would be giving Pembroke, I think, a little bit of confidence that he's going to play those cross-back shots. He may open himself up to some wicket possibilities. Ooh, well played. Nice bit of movement there in the air from the bowler. But the batsman navigated it well. It's good stuff from Finglas apart from the wicket going down. They're 17 for 1. But they wouldn't be too worried about that. I wouldn't think at this stage.
No, just 113 required. 3 and over. I mean, you can push it around for 3 and over.
Yeah. It's basically going to be, can Finglas keep their cool or they get frustrated and do a wild shot. At this stage, I wouldn't care if there was 5 maidens in a row. Just be like, okay, survive. It's going to come. Big hoik out to the...
Palashandran, the opener out there at the moment, has over 1,000 runs in Leinster cricket now. This is actually his 50th game.
Okay.
Congratulations to him. He's averaging 26 with the bat and has a top score of 82.
So he's handy enough. Last ball, that last over, played a nice cut shot, but it just went straight to a fielder for no run.
And Shiak, he is into his 2nd season, I think. He averages about 30, but he does have a century to his name. Pembroke will be hoping he doesn't add to that total today. So there's the background on these batsmen. Chase to begin his 2nd over.
Capable enough. That's a better ball.
Well, I think he far prefers bowling to the right-handers. He gets to bowl over the wicket. I think this will suit him far, far better than the lefty.
Well, I'd feel a lot better about that ball.
I'd say there's more of a spring in his step now, a smile on his face, and a ray of sunshine. Nicely played away, but it had to be because it was a good ball.
Yeah. We're taking out off stump, you'd think, if you missed that one. Getting a good line. He's found his radar, like you say. I think the right-hander is the batter that suits him to bowl to. There is a slip in place. It's sort of one slip, 1.5, 2 maybe. 2nd slip, 1.5 slip.
Yeah, well, it depends where you believe first slip should be standing. If you're Johnny Bell, then he's probably at 3rd slip now.
Anyway,
Johnny
let's
Bell
get
prefers long shortstop. But I'd say it's about first slip. You've got to be thinking that the keeper's going to cover everything between, and slip has to take everything to his right.
on with a good line now, but well played by the batter. Like they all do, he'd be looking at that cow corner thinking there's no one there once if I get it through the ring.
Yeah, just
Just
lift it over through the ring. There's Niall O'Brien on the ground.
All right.
He's been down watching a bit of this 4th 11 game. Andy Balboni also on the ground. And I saw Ashley Balboni, who at one stage was contemplating an unretirement.
Wow.
When the bowler was just floating them down there.
Oh, yes.
Ashley thought, oh, I wouldn't mind that now.
I'll take a bit of a swipe at that.
Yeah.
I saw Candy and Kate down here as well, and little Luke. Make a day of it.
I don't think it'll be the last time we see them.
No. Oh,
Throws to the keeper.
Nearly did his best to try and get an edge on that, but
So we go from an over where he concedes 11 runs with a whole load of wides and takes a wicket with the last ball to an over where he concedes 1 run.
yeah,
Isn't this a funny game?
isn't it? When the nerves settle and you sort of get back to basics, have a good hard word to yourself.
Yeah. Yeah. Little strips of blue sky. If you're thinking of finishing off your weekend, perhaps with libration or even a drink. And you're in the area. You can catch the end of this game. Finglas still need 112.
So at this time in the first innings, Pembroke were 12 for 2. Finglas are 18 for 1. Just making some adjustments to the field here. Pembroke have to take wickets if they have any chance to win this.
I can't let partnerships develop.
No. And it's important from Finglas to, don't panic. If there's no reason for them to panic. There are 18 on the board already.
No, 3.11 is something you could do very handily. All you have to do is bat 30 overs, and I almost guarantee you'd get there. It's the wickets, and wickets are what have become vital. It's quite a green wicket today. Obviously, early season. I think the grass is left a little longer than maybe it would be in June, July, August. Dale, of course, will know the technical details of it.
But yes, it is very green.
It does seem a bit green, but there are a few sort of patches patches where if the ball lands, it's landing straight onto a grassless area. And maybe that could misbehave, you wouldn't know. But considering there was a game on it yesterday and there's a game on it today, A, it's played beautifully, and B, you're not getting much in the way of scar marks.
Oh! Coat of varnish in there.
Batsman just sort of waving his bat at that like he was Bob Ross doing a cloud scene.
Didn't know what it... Yeah. He got himself in 2 minds there.
Oh, at least.
That's a better shot. Let's keep it out.
He's still wary, though, isn't he? I think Justin's surprising him. He's waiting for that wrong un that you normally get at this level. You know, if you can bowl 6 consistent balls, then you're probably not playing at this level. But that's what Justin has done year after year. Another one. And the wicket falls. It was the full toss, just played straight to the fielder.
The captain takes it.
And well, he'll be feeling slightly better now, I suggest.
Well, I think he's off suicide watch.
Well. A second wicket falls, 18 for 2. Remember, Pembroke was 17 for 4. So you still wouldn't need to panic if you're Finglas. But Pembroke, well, they'll start to believe. Another wicket or two, and suddenly they'll think, do you know what, lads, we can do this.
I know it's a different... we're not comparing necessarily apples with apples, but I remember captaining a team out in Swords where we only put 84 on, and we defended it.
Yeah. Yeah, you don't know if the first innings score is a good one or not until the second team have batted. It's one of the longer cliches out there.
Yeah. I know, but it's so true. It's the weirdest game.
Isn't it? Yeah. Isn't that why they become cliches?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that ended Justin Doherty's over. He's now 1 for 6 from 3 overs with his usual economy and also taking the wicket.
Wicket maiden.
And that will bring Andrew Chase back to the St John's End.
A bit of a confidence there at the St John's End. Everyone's given their 2 cents worth. My 2 cents. Kent Brockman. Right.
Different pace to Doherty. But as we saw from the first over he bowled, maybe not quite the same accuracy at the moment.
Although he'd be delighted to be facing the bowling to the new batsman.
Yep.
It's always good to get the guy who's been on there for a few overs off. You can be a non-striker and guys have seen your bat before and I've seen you bowl before, and so can you surprise him with a good ball now? And the batter will be thinking, okay.
Do you know what I might do here? And we're against everything the captain thinks. I would put one in short because it's just going to plug and sit up. But I don't think his timing's going to be there.
There you go. Well,
Didn't sit up enough, but
No.
his timing's not there. You see, and I'm saying challenging from the start. Say, go on then, hit this, hit this. If he's in a defensive frame of mind, then he's going to be keeping out your Yorkers anyway. So you want him to be attacking you. So throw down something that...
Well, even put in a second slip just to sort of mess with his head. Get him into thinking that there's going to be a lot of swing or something,
Well, I'd put one on short, and if it did get anywhere near his chest, bring in sort of short leg.
Oh, yeah,
Just to really mess with his mind. And then he's going to be thinking every ball's going to be short. And you've already got him on the back foot, and that's where you can get the Yorker in. Steve McCarthy. Yes. But I suspect there's sandwiches galore.
Oh, dabbed at that one. No foot movement, really. That was just trying to run that one, I think, down to third man, but did well not to get anything on it. Not a very convincing shot.
Did you bring it down, no?
No.
From Finglas' point of view, they want this guy to stay in for a while, start to build a bit of an innings and partnership.
He devoured after the game.
Shaikh. Again. Big hoik. Got 2 wickets down. You don't really need to do this. You've still got a bit of work to do. 110 to get.
He just wants to quickly break the back of it, doesn't he? Get them up to 40 or something, and then they'll feel a lot more comfortable.
It's that horrible length that just makes you look like an absolute idiot when you miss it. I felt that myself a few times.
And this one carved away on the offside. Eli Clark with the sliding stop.
Just the one.
And a nice return. Gets the thanks of the bowler. So, just to tell you, that's the end of the over. 6 overs gone, 21 for 2. And another good over from Chase. Just the 3 from it on this occasion. Now, I wonder what's going on in that chat in the Finglas batsmen. They look kind of chilled and relaxed at the moment. The body language isn't too stressed.
Yeah, what is the other guy saying? Listen, mate,
We've
keep
got
playing,
this.
keep playing. This is easy. Just stay in, or whether it's like, well, don't do those shots, mate. Come on, you only need 109 now. Protect your average. Be there at the end.
It's amazing how much we put on averages, isn't it?
Yeah.
Bowling averages, batting averages. Justin Doherty from the nursery end. And that is an attempted club back down the ground. Your footballing skills do enough. That's Cashel, isn't it?
Yep. Just gets the one. So at this stage of the game, Pembroke was 17 for 4. I'm sure they'd love to be reminded of that.
Yeah. Oh, you've got to say that in an Australian accent, James.
What's that? T for 22. Challenging my Richie Benno. Not very good at it, but need Johnny Bell here.
No, everybody has a Richie Benno.
Yeah.
There are varying qualities, I'm sure. But, yeah, it's one of the... It's like Michael Caine.
Mm.
And with Michael Caine, it's not so much what you say as the words you say.
Yeah. Hello, I'm Michael Caine.
It's either that or you were only supposed to blow the bloody doors off.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
The other one...
Oh, good ball.
The other one that comes to mind is Christopher Walken. And again, it's not what he says or how it's how he says it. And he has that line in the Saturday Night Live sketch.
More cowbell.
That's the one. You see, everybody knows that.
Yeah.
You know,
I've got a fever. And his only prescription is more cowbell.
he says it's horrible now. He
I know,
said
he
to
gets
Will
it
Ferrell,
everywhere. Yeah.
he was doing a play. And the audience were bringing cowbells. So that when he did his encore at the end, they'd all be ringing the cowbells. He said, "You've ruined my life." And again, not attempting a Christopher Walken accent. I see Spider-Man's back on the clubhouse roof again.
Yeah.
Noel Walsh, he's chasing wires.
So if you see an almighty flash up there, oh, that's nice that Yorker just played straight back.
Good ball. Batsman saw it. Wasn't going to take any risks with that delivery.
No, well played in the end.
Hasn't it been nice that apart from when the sight screens went for a little run because nobody put the brakes on, hasn't it been nice there's been no... Can you move the sight screen, please?
Yeah, I know.
At either end, because the two old sight screens are now at the far end, at the nursery end. We have the two new ones beside us.
Yes.
And, yeah, it has meant that there hasn't been any... Can you move the sight screen, please?
I know that sort of stuff. And then the sickening view of that moving, you get sort of car sick.
The juddering, yeah. Well, I think Noel has given me permission.
Well, after 7.
Yeah, I can do that if we need to.
Nice one.
Let's see if we can catch some two-camera action.
Well, after 7 is 23 for 2. At the same time, Pembroke were 22 for 4.
Still tight.
But Pembroke really need to get a couple of wickets and get them early and get them forced.
You've got to get down into the lower middle order.
Yeah.
That's what Finglas did. Now, in Pembroke's case, the lower middle order was actually the run-scoring engine of the side. Unfortunately, the tail, well, the less said about that, the better. 5 wickets, 4 runs.
With a low score to defend, I wonder if it's time to start thinking about putting in a change of bowling, maybe a spin attack, at least at one end.
I think
probably the
Levine
far
will
end.
be the first change.
Yeah. Oh,
Clark with the diving throw. There was an all out there. I don't know how close it was.
close enough to get it. Ooh.
Yeah, but only one from one player. But it was the player in line, so ups and downs on that one.
Good quick single there for Finglas. Slowly chipping away at this total.
Short, cracked away on the offside. This time the despairing dive of Eli Clark isn't enough.
He does get something on it, I think, the saved the boundary. So
Joy deep. There you see, that's my sort of throw. Yeah. Good underarm throw. Don't be messing around.
That's right. No shoulder injuries for me. Yeah.
No.
No, Andy, he seems to be a bit susceptible to dragging that ball down, whether he's just trying to get a bit of movement on the ball or something that's not quite coming out of the hand right.
It's just not quite right, is it?
Yeah.
You get the feeling that the more he bowls this season, the more quickly he'll slip into a groove. And once he's in that groove, I think he'll have a very productive few games.
Oh. tented him outside the off stump. Batter has a little dab at that. His partner's come to have a bit of a chat to him, maybe saying, don't do that shot again. Again, it's the highest risk, lowest reward sort of shot, I think, in the game.
Things like
conventional
crisps
shot.
and, chive, and they're just behind the driver's seat in the other car.
Oh, tented him out of the offside there. Almost a wide, but very good length in the end. Anyway, 26 for 2 off the 8th over.
Another good over, just the 3 from it. Won't mind that. Right, James, I think it's time for you to, again, weave your Harry Potterish magic and conjure up another wicket for Gordon. If you do it, I swear to God, you will be going to all his away games as well.
That was a bit freakish, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, split-second stuff. If you've been the gap between Verstappen and Hamilton,
Yeah.
slower, it wouldn't have worked. But that was just absolutely perfect timing, and I hope Niall has clipped it for posterity. Yeah, but it happened 3 hours ago. I can't go back and do it. We didn't realise just how good it was. But James said, well, Andy Chase, yeah, he'll take a wicket now. And next minute, bang. Like, as Andy Chase was running in, James said it. He called a wicket on that ball, and on that ball, it happened.
I see.
A wicket now.
Oh, there's a good appeal here, and the finger is raised, and the umpire, and James has got 2 out of 2. How much longer can this streak continue? 2 deliveries today. He has absolutely called, and wickets have fallen, and the umpire's finger, the finger of death, went up. And LBW to Jay Doherty, and 3 down for Finglas now with just 26 on the board. And just before we go any further, James, could you give me 6 numbers between 1 and 42, please? Because, wow, that is just absolutely amazing. Oh, I'm cutting it there. I'm not even going to show it.
Oh, what are the odds of that, eh?
So I just cut it so that it's marked it for Niall to say when the third wicket falls, we want the ball that the third wicket falls on. It makes it easier for Niall, and anything that does that is
Well, we know that the first one I called happened in the second over.
Yep.
So we...
Right down, second over, and 8.2. 8.2.
Oh, yeah.
Well, if you want, I have 50 quid if you want to go and get a packet of crisps and a drink. Well, maybe just a packet of crisps. Yeah.
We put a down payment,
I got away very lightly at the bar last night, I have to say.
Justin to continue. Oh. Should we change the angle?
Oh. There we go. Good call. Good call. Well,
You better.
this way we can see into the face of Kieran Cassidy as he umpires at that far end. Oh! Was slip a little wide? Well, I think we would suggest that yes, it was. But however, sharp chance.
The batter's off the mark. He'd be delighted. It wasn't the most convincing way, but a run's a run.
Who has the gloves? Harsh, is it?
No, yeah, Harsh. Yeah.
Harsh is one of those Christian names that, well, I say Christian names, first names that just sound really strange to a Western ear. I've heard of girls being called Precious,
Yeah.
Charity, Hope, but Harsh, that seems, if you're going down the same line, that seems very tough on the kid.
Yeah. Second name's Brutal. Yeah. So that's 9 down and 27 for 3.
I'm sure it's sort of as common a name as John. Because there's a few Harshes in the club now.
We had 2 Harshes on the team last season for a while, and had to learn their last name quite quickly to sort of say, well, Harsh, what? No, not you, the other guy.
Yeah, the other one.
Well, Harsh number 1, you're on Harsh number 2.
Harsh and Harsher.
Yeah.
Well, Doherty now with figures of 9 for 2 from 5 overs. That's a good economy rate.
That's fantastic. He stepped up to do what his team needs him to do.
2 for 9, 9 for 2. Here's 2 for 9 off his 5 overs. And Chase now. It's a big swing across the line.
Yes.
And finally, Pembroke have managed to take a wicket without the intervention of godlike James Cresswell on his birthday. So Chase pins the man right against the stumps. It was an appalling shot. And it's a 4th wicket down. And now we can get to those sort of comparisons again. Because, in fact, if anything, I think Pembroke will be ahead now.
Well, Pembroke were at the end of their 10th over were 34 for 4.
Oh, probably too low.
So at the start of the 10th over, they're 27 for 4. So
Press that one.
neck and neck, really.
And I forgot.
Maybe just a toe ahead, but Finglas need to just learn from this and say, listen, come on. We should be able to easily
Could you write down 9.1 for me there, please, so we can give Niall his post-broadcast notes. Well done to Andy Chase. He's now picked up his 2nd in his 5th over. He's 18 for 2, and he'll be delighted, and so will his legion of fans amongst the Silver Foxes. 2 down. Oh, we mentioned about him getting a 5-foot. Well, maybe he can.
New batter out there. Finglas need to really think hard here. They've still got over 100 runs to get. They're 4 wickets down, and they're doing everything they can to lose this. They've got to be sensible about this. Play your shots. Defend anything that's remotely on the stumps.
James, would you like to inform the viewers of the name of this new batsman?
George.
Another batsman's playing across his legs.
Yep.
This time he's going to get the leg by. Down to long
Caddy
leg.
Cat George.
He's the wicket keeper.
Oh, okay.
He was there
Tony.
earlier on. Yep, we were calling him Tony on account of the name on the back of his shirt. I didn't realise we should have been calling him George.
Yeah. George for short.
Yeah. It's an edge through, and the keeper has put it down. It went to the keeper's right. You could see first slip, and you could see the keeper. Both went for it, one behind the other, and the keeper has spilled it. And you can see he's gutted. He wants to apologise. He wants to say sorry. Head down.
Yeah, no, you'll wait. Your keeper will get you after the game.
We'll wait until this next delivery, and we'll see
Yeah.
if I can't give you a replay of that chance. Perhaps Andy Chase will do the same.
There's a wicket now. Oh, no, not today. Well played. He's had a life
Here
there.
is that chance. Super delivery, pitched in line with off, moved away, and then Harsh had just come up too early.
Yeah.
That's what that is. He needs to stay down a bit longer. But, yep, that was it. That was the chance. Back live now. Chase in search of a 3rd wicket. Pembroke in search of the last of the top 5 batsmen. Well, that's very strange footwork for that delivery. He seemed to now.
He's trying to manufacture something, I think, here.
Well, it's either manufacture or he was just a little bit worried by Chase's speed, and he's backed away. Now, I can only say this from a position of knowledge because it only took somebody the pace of Maurice Lyons to have me scuttling back towards square leg umpire. Dreadful man for not getting hit on the pads. But you're quite right. He's desperately trying to give himself room to play that through the offside.
Well, I think if I was in his position, you'd be actually a lot more worried than you were 20 minutes ago, because all of a sudden you fall down and you're thinking, oh, seriously? Have we just thrown the game away? He said, well, up to me. Do I have to be the one that's going to be there at the end?
Oh, I do
apologise.
apologise.
Etc.
That's my fault. I'll bring up the figures I was actually looking for. That was Pembroke's first innings. But here's the Pembroke bowling at the moment, you can see, and the stands, 12, 6, 8 and 1. Pembroke would be quite happy with the way this is going, and it is Justin Doherty to continue. This will be his 6th over. Gordon Clark obviously looking to chase away.
Yep. I think he's just going to throw everything he can at this.
Doesn't want to give these batsmen the chance of settling in against changed bowlers. He's really just going for the throat here. It's gone big, it's gone long, and it's gone for 6, and it's put down in the crowd.
Good shot.
Yeah, but dreadful, dreadful attempt at a catch on the sideline. If you see this here now, here's the replay. He's cut right underneath it. It's flying out there. Even a man on the fence wouldn't have caught that. But the man in the crowd goes for it and then just puts it down. He's do you know, he can count his blessings. He was behind the Pembroke symbol. So back live now. Justin Doherty, second ball. And it's another big swipe.
Why is he playing that shot?
Squirts out the leg side. Certainly isn't doing his team any favours.
Very lucky. There's a high-risk shot.
There we go. You can see that the crowd scatters, but one guy decides, I'm going to go for this, and then, down it goes.
Yeah. Now he's giving his teammates some
Stop
advice.
doing that.
Yeah, don't do what I did.
Yeah. Now, I'm going to show you what I don't want you to do. So, Doherty now coming in from the nursery end.
Got to pick up a wicket.
Oh, good
nearly.
delivery. He was certainly looking for the umpire's assistance there. Now, I'm sorry, do you see the two Finglas players sitting down on the sight screen behind the bowler's arm?
Yeah, I mean, seriously, guys.
Really?
You're right in the worst position you can be.
Justin's going to move them. And do you know what?
No,
I wouldn't. I'd leave them there.
Keep them there. Absolutely, from Pembroke's point of view.
Yep.
Anything that can distract the batter.
Oh, and he's got him. And
one
Doherty
ball
picks
out.
up a third. 3 for 16. And Finglas, well, they're suffering the same way Pembroke did. Pembroke lost 5 wickets for 4 runs. And I can't say that they're too far off here, are they? 26 for 2, 36 for 5. Halfway through, 10 overs gone. Well, perhaps the Finglas middle order are going to come in just like the Pembroke one did.
Maybe.
And then it'll be a tale of 2 tails. Which tail?
Wagged the best.
Well,
Well,
Pembroke.
36 for 5. Whew.
Game on.
Absolutely game on. It's up to this batter now, Sheikh, to get them home. If he starts playing rash shots like that, it's still got 90-odd or 80-odd runs to get. They're not even halfway and halfway through the bat. It's just not the performance that Finglas would have wanted. The captain would have a lot to say, I think. Even if they win this game, I would still be, reading the riot act to your top order.
Oh, still, look, there's room for improvement. You wouldn't say that it's been perfect by any stretch of the imagination, but Pembroke are certainly making a fight of it. 36 for 5, Doherty to bowl. Oh, you see, the batsman was coming forward no matter what Justin bowled there. Yeah. He was there so early that's why he popped it up on the full. Well,
Another good over for Pembroke. A bit worrying signs for Finglas.
Now, Chase being given a 6 over as well.
The way it's going, you'd almost
Nice
tempted to
scoring.
bowl them out.
Just catching up with us now. There we go. Divakar is the new batsman. He'll be feeling the nerves now, I'd say.
Interesting dilemma for Gordon, the Pembroke captain. If he gets this batter out, the one who's
in?
facing.
Oh, right, yes, the new guy.
No, the guy who's been out, the other number 3 batsman, I think he was.
Oh,
if
right.
we get him out, then I would probably continue to just bowl at the top of the bowlers. Yep.
Leaving yourself very exposed at the end, possibly, but it could be the way to do it.
He's running down the pitch.
That's a throw and a half.
Yep.
Captain Clark does the backing up, leading by example.
Well, in some ways, if you're getting wickets, then
Why change it?
why change it?
You know, your only concern is perhaps, you know, your opening bowler does need a rest. I mean, Chase is putting in a good stint here now. It's one thing to come down to the nets and bowl, but you only actually bowl about 2 overs.
Yeah.
3 overs,
you've got
maybe.
gaps,
And
the
here
rest.
you're suddenly asked to bowl 8 on the trot. Now, going back into the long and distant past, there was a time when bowlers weren't restricted.
What is the other opening bowler?
Well, yes. Super delivery that, squeezing it past the edge of the bat.
Again, that's that high risk, low reward shot. Just trying to run it off the face, almost like a cut shot. That's not a cut shot. Just no.
He wasn't going to score any runs with that shot. That's the thing that always gets me about it. Is it's a defensive shot, but what's the benefit of playing it?
Yeah, just straight. You get the body behind the ball, straight bat. A lot more chance of taking out the bowling risk.
He's backing away again. That back foot, you watch it, it twitches. He's waiting for a short. If he's that nervous, wear a helmet. Wear a whole load of padding.
It's just a back foot flare, isn't he?
This is the number 3, and like I think he averages about 26 in Leinster cricket, and has played a large number of games.
Again, what sort of shot was that? That's a tail
Look
ender
where
shot.
he is now. Yeah.
Didn't make hardly any foot
Has
movement.
he suddenly decided that the only way they're going to win this game is if he gets these runs quickly? Is that what it is? Is it
Must
trying
be.
to make set there? He's seen the guy come in at the other end and gone, oh, or is it? You know, what is his reasoning behind this?
I think it's frustration.
You could be right, Amanda. Frustration could be a big part of it.
But he's the key for their success. He needs to be there at the end. And doing those sorts of shots are not going to get you there.
Harsh Chowdhury trying to affect the stumping. Another chase over slips by. Just 2 from that one. 2 for 21. Now, do you know what? If you take off the one over where he conceded 11 for 1, he'd have figures of 10 for 1 off 5.
I know, brilliant figures. That's
It
pretty
just
good now.
shows you how there are 2 routes to get to the similar sort of figures. There's Justin, who's just being absolutely consistent, and then there's Andy, who had a wild over but took a wicket,
Yep.
and has since calmed down the scoring there then. Gordon having a word with the 2. I think that may be the end of Chase for a while, and I think we might see Joy Deep Roy coming on. We'll just confirm that now with the player himself.
Yeah, and I think
Joy! Next over. Well, it does look like Joy Deep will be the one. Oh,
that'll Eli.
I think Eli will come on at the far end. Oh, full toss is played. It's out there. There's no man out there, though. And the captain will have to go and fetch it as it makes that little hop over the rope. And as much as the batsmen might want to keep running as fast as they can, they don't need to.
I don't know why they're running.
Yeah.
Oh, that was an interesting.
Warming up.
Warming up, I think.
Yeah.
Yep.
Warming up.
They ran 5. No.
They got 4.
Yeah.
Easy, bro. It's coming.
It's one of the rare, not great balls from Justin.
What happens is he just goes... The batsmen end up charging him, and he's looking for a full length.
Yeah.
You put those 2 together, occasionally you're going to have a full toss that
Yeah.
goes away. But yeah,
Again, guys, singles. You can run singles all day long. See Justin off. And
what's the next bowler going to be like?
yeah,
Oh, he's reaching out for that one. I think the umpire may have signalled that it was a wide, except
but again, why are you even chasing that ball? And his partner should be saying that to him. It's like, don't go for that stuff. Let it go through. It might be a wide. Or, but it's what we're going to do is actually give it into the edge it into the keeper's gloves or first slip.
played away on the offside. Naveen. Naveen's another one who could come on bowl.
That's what I mean.
Joy
There's lots
Deep,
of options.
Eli. Joy Deep.
Keegan Ship can bowl well. He's got a lot of options here.
That's played around the corner. It'll be Eli Clark chasing it over. Pulls up inside the ring, but they'll still get 2 for it. Nice return from Eli. Good bit of fielding.
It's actually turned out to be quite a good over for Finglas.
Yeah.
But I'm not convinced about these cross-bat shots sometimes.
Well, that's how Justin gets his wickets, isn't it? I mean, you come in playing cross-bat shots, something that's so accurate all the time, and he can, he changes it up. So he does bowl that Yorker that you're trying to flat back past him, and it's just not there to be hit. And he gets it to come back into the right-hander as well.
Ball. You let me down.
Well, that's a close call there. That's a close call there. He's calling all the action today, is James.
Ah, gee. 13 down, 44 for 5. Pretty much neck and neck.
Go on, what was the comparison?
Pembroke at this stage were 48 for 4. So 1 wicket down for Finglas, but
Pembroke only had 2 stats. Don't forget, Pembroke lost their last 5 wickets for 4 runs.
these guys, they're still it's still Finglas' game to lose.
I think so.
And that's why I think any risky shots like that should be, I mean, you want batsmen that actually play their natural game, but only if they know how to play the game. It's like if you're going to just play crazy batting shots and,
Can you say that in an Asian accent? Crazy clicker shots.
Right. Lifetime ban for you.
Yeah.
But, you know what I mean? It's like, seriously, guys, just keep out the good ball. You got a good over there. You've got 6 runs from it. You only need 3. Keep it going. Keep it going.
It's wickets. Pembroke need them, and Finglas need to avoid them.
You want to be saying, okay, we've got 7 overs till drinks. Well, even just 2 overs. Let's get to the 15th over, and then we'll reassess.
Well, it's the first change of bowling. The ball's gone in the air. It's been called for by Naveen on the boundary. Takes the catch off the first ball of the change of bowling. And Pembroke take another one without the intervention of James Cresswell. Super work by Naveen in the deep. Was it Naveen or was it Sahil? It was Naveen, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Super catch there, and Joy Deep picks up a wicket from his very first delivery.
And that's their set batsman gone.
And Shaikh departs for 19. He was doing a good job for his side until then. And now, gentlemen in the whites coming in.
Wow, there's not much I can say that's good about that shot. That was so unnecessary.
Oh, I should have replayed it as well. I'm sorry. I do apologise to our viewers. But, well, as soon as... 3.
Well, if I was the Finglas captain, I would be absolutely furious. That was so unnecessary. He was the key to keeping this innings. He was the last of the top order batsmen. The key to keep it going.
You've just seen a new bowler come on.
Yeah, just have a look.
You don't know what he's doing with it, and you try and play that shot. I know you want to, put the bowler on the back foot, but show him a little bit of respect. Instead, he finds his way back to the hutch, 6 wicket down, and
All of a sudden, Pembroke could be believing that this is their game, that they can pull this out of the fire.
it's a real early season game, isn't it? Bowled out in 30 overs first off, and now the opposition 44 for 6.
Yeah. Yeah.
Gordon sounds like... Do you know what Gordon sounds like? He's at sheepdog trials. Barking orders.
Whistling.
Yeah.
Temperature's set to hit 21 degrees this week.
Yeah, well, we're all stuck in our cubicles.
Yeah.
Varghese is one of the legends of Finglas cricket. I think one of the founding members of the club.
Oh, okay, right.
I've seen his name appearing many times.
Well, he's got a big job to do now, hasn't he?
Or maybe this might be his brother. I don't know. The guy batting now,
Who is it? What's his name?
it's a surname I've seen associated with Finglas cricket for many years.
Oh, right, okay.
You see it come up on various posts of who's doing well and that sort of thing. I might have the wrong version.
Well, they just need to keep rotating the strike now. Bucket loads of time, not many wickets left.
Well, Pembroke will be searching for these 4 wickets. Played away on the leg side. The batsman has slipped. He's crawled his way back. Whoa!
That was interesting. Lost his footing there, and
I'm grand, thanks. Manda, Coca-Cola.
No, thank you.
that was
James?
No, thank you.
Just the one can a day, is it?
Yeah, something like that. Wow. All sorts of interesting things happening out there in the middle. There's a new set of spikes.
So Divakar to face Roy. He's a real shuffler, Roy, in his run-up.
Using his left, right, left, right.
It's very distinctive. You don't see that too often, but it works for him.
No, don't change anything.
No.
He gets a lot of movement.
He pushes it back into the right-hander and it cramps them up, and they're just digging the ball out. But a good over to start with. He took a wicket with his first ball with a most injudicious shot that ended up in the hands of Naveen on the boundary. And it's reduced Finglas now 45 for 6 from 14 overs. Still 6 overs to go till drinks, but they still only need 85. Let's not discount Finglas at this stage. It just takes a good stand. A stand of 85, I suppose they'd love.
Yeah, I mean, especially at the start of the season, you want one of your batters, if you're Finglas at least, maybe even 2, to get a decent score so you know that they're in form for the rest of the season.
Yeah. Well,
So
in form for the next game anyway.
Well, but you want one of these guys has got to get 30 or 40
Yep.
at least, you would think.
Well, if one of them does, I think they'll get there.
Of course they will. And if the other guy can support them at the other end, even...
Nice ball from Doherty once again, right on line. This is Doherty's last over, and let's be honest, brilliant to be able to bowl an 8-over spell.
Yeah.
But the chances of him coming back for a second spell might be little less these days.
Yes. That's, especially when you can build this sort of pressure.
A little bit short. Timing is way off from the batsman.
Not even near that one. Encouraging signs for Pembroke, and a little bit worrying for Finglas. They just seem to have this element of rashness in their batting at the moment. Still got a pretty big mountain to climb here. They're only a third of the way through the requirement. That's a better shot.
You can see Doherty is looking for LBW there.
He's going, please go across the line for me.
Yep.
A bit more traditional early season cricket.
Yeah.
Oh, it's not a mat.
Yes. Making this one wicket ball. No.
Now you're just guessing.
Yeah.
Before it was divine intervention. This time, what about now?
Yeah, that was a guess, I must admit. Yeah, I didn't feel the vibe. I didn't feel
No,
I
you
wasn't
didn't.
channeling.
You're just making it up as you go along now.
He's just making it up as he goes.
What I thought was going to be the really hard part of doing that cable.
Lots of other lilies.
Easy enough.
He's going to go to the flowers now.
Nice and easy.
What sort of cable was it? Niall's been fitting internet cables throughout the building.
Anyway, last ball for Justin.
Building inside the building.
Can he pick up a 4? He's bowled really well today. 23 for 3. Just what his captain needed. And 10 of those runs are just off 2 shots, so he's,
Slower ball to finish.
yeah.
Floated up there, trying to tempt the batsman. He was having none of it. And that's the end of Justin Doherty's spell for today. 8 overs, 3 wickets, just 23 runs conceded, going at under 3 runs and over. That's just an incredible performance. And time again, we've seen Justin Doherty do such things.
No, fantastic spell. Definitely what any force captain would want from this strike bowler.
I mean, look at the symmetry of it. He conceded half the runs in over half the overs. He's certainly done a super job for his skipper there from the nursery row end.
In comparison, after 15, Pembroke were 59 for 4. And Finglas now 46 for 6.
The interesting thing now will be who will replace Justin Doherty at the nursery end.
I wonder if it'll be a spin option or whether Eli will get a bowl.
Well, do you know, if you're going to bowl Naveen,
It's probably the side to do it because,
the bigger boundary out towards the floodlight
yes.
and Con's corner. One comes off the pads and slides down Justin Doherty's day's work not quite done.
He's a lot of turn, hasn't he? He almost needs to have that one that just goes straight now.
Yeah.
They were expecting it to come in on me.
It comes in every time, then it's no longer a surprise.
How's that camera been looking?
This camera's been fine, but I did a replay, and then when I hit cut, it only goes back to that replay.
Yeah.
It's
But I presume that's what you want. But if not,
Joy to continue.
just playing it out on the leg side. But here's the difference. Finglas didn't have that fielder in there.
That's right. They didn't have anyone trying to save the singles. And it cost them. Now,
break.
even though they shouldn't feel pressure, they will feel pressure now. Oh, it's a stump in, and he's been given. He went through. That's a great work with the gloves there behind the wicket. Harsh alert to that he was out of his crease, and another wicket goes.
Well, here is a replay of that wicket.
No.
That shuffling run outside
Dragged
through
his
to
back foot
Chandra.
out.
You can see the foot's in the air.
Yeah.
He lifts the foot, and then he puts it back down as a first step on the way back to the pavilion. Another wicket, 47 for 7. This game really has swung the other way now. You'll be able to feel the energy in that Pembroke huddle.
They would really believe now that they can get this. And why wouldn't they? Pembroke, I mean,
What are Finglas thinking at this stage? They really have thrown away a golden opportunity to get their season off to a winning start in Dublin 4. They managed to restrict Pembroke, or in fact bowl Pembroke out in the 31st over. And, well,
who would have thought that 129 was a mountain to climb?
yeah, it's a funny old game. And look, no, you and I have seen enough early season games.
Yeah, absolutely. But
But we're not going to be showing it again. So if you hit that now, it's
No.
see it if it was on your
now it's been
It
great
flips
bowling
between these two
from
now.
Pembroke. But Finglas have really let themselves down. They could have just defended when they need to defend and eked out a
Wherever the old way, you'd have the screen to the left.
few
right.
runs. Sorry,
Yeah.
multiple conversations happening here, folks.
I have punted, only giving you that there. But anyway, but that would just set that up, that would be the next.
47 for 7.
Well, what a comeback this has been by this Pembroke team. Joy now with 2 wickets, and he's only conceded 1 run.
That's an opportunity for the tail of Finglas to be heroes. Can they salvage this?
Well, the batsman here didn't use his feet very much. He relied on his hands carrying the bat, and he got it down in time. But you do get the feeling that Joy as well is looking for an LBW here. Looking to attack the stumps. And if that's the amount of footwork that Nair is going to give us, he's in with a chance. Again, very little footwork, but this time finds the gap on the leg side where he can take the easy single.
That's it. He's off a duck, so the first obstacle of his batting, now he's got to find the discipline to face the next bowler. Who is that going to be?
There you go.
Look at
That's
that
the
worm.
story of the 2 innings we've seen. And Finglas, well, they were looking bright enough at the start, but since wickets started falling, they've been falling consistently. Pembroke tend to do their wickets more in bunches. You see those 2 big partnerships made such a big difference.
Yeah, very much a collapse at the end.
Yeah, well,
And they may feel like they're just going to get away with this. Still, it's not over till it's over. But when you're
Beyond
47 for 7, Finglas cannot afford to lose another wicket before drinks. They have to stay there.
JD, Justin Doherty, replaced at the nursery and then by PD. P. Doobie, rather than P.
right.
Diddy.
That's it. Ferran J. Dubé, or Doobie, the Doobie brothers, yeah. Very effective bowler for the 5ths last year. He's getting his opportunity to show his skills on the 4ths. Has a good ability to move it off the seam. Just gets enough variation to make it difficult. Has some good pace as well. He just needs to control the ball. He has a very front-on action.
Yeah, sometimes that involves a bit of aerosol bowling, spraying it everywhere.
Yeah.
So let's hope he finds his line and length and finds them quickly today. 48 for 7. Pembroke is 3 wickets away. There are still 24 overs to go for Finglas to amass another further 82 runs.
See, that ball was just all over the shop.
He rolls his hand over the ball, doesn't he? And
He does.
that tends to take away the accuracy at times. When it works, it's very effective, though.
He's an interesting bowler. Look, as I say, he got a lot of the wickets last year, but he played almost every game for the 5ths and a few for the 4ths. But I suppose his only kryptonite is that he gives away a lot of extras at times.
He just needs to work on that, perhaps. That's much better. It's clipped away, down to 3rd.
Won't mind that too much.
No, won't mind that at all. Bringing slip into play, perhaps.
Just wonder if it's worth maybe bringing a second slip, just even for a few balls. But I don't think he's going to bowl that wide too often.
3rd man, the only man outside the circle. Pembroke definitely looking to strangle as well as attack the stumps. Trying to introduce that element of frustration amongst the Finglas players. I mean, 3.38 is not a huge amount over the 3.11 it was earlier.
No.
You know,
Just 7 wickets down.
just calmly get there. You're going to get a few of them in extras anyway.
That's a better ball.
Played on the up. Batsman doing everything he can to get there.
Well, that's a bit of a high-risk sort of run. In the scheme of things, was that necessary? Anyway, the 50's up. I think, how did that jump all of a sudden?
Three onto the score.
Yeah.
Wide and 2 singles.
Mm.
And Do you know, I almost thought I heard.
So did I.
It may have been my tongue clicking in my mouth as I anticipated.
I thought he just
and then
towed
said,
it to the keeper.
It just sounds like the faintest of edges, but hey, we're miles away and they're there.
Yeah,
No, I'm sure the batsman would have walked if he had hit
Of course,
it.
yeah, absolutely. That's what people do these days. Yeah. Anyway, 50's up.
Just played away on the offside.
Well fielded.
Chase it is. Chase he does, and chase it is.
Just not getting his line right here. It's just a little bit on the wide side.
Yeah, he'll know that himself. The thing he doesn't want to do, and I'm glad he's not doing it because it looks even worse, is overcorrecting.
Yeah.
And then you end up finding a couple down the leg side. And then oh, no. It's one of those times where you just have to stop, breathe, reset, and bowl no matter what bowled before. That's
It's better
much
ball.
better.
Lot better ball.
Right in on the toes of the batsman. He got to it on the volley, played it away. But a decent over, just 4 runs from it. 17 gone now. Three overs away from drinks.
Yeah, very important for Finglas, as we said before, not to lose another wicket for drinks. And if Pembroke do get another wicket, you'd think that they would sniff blood now and would be like, yeah, it's just we're going to get this.
You've got to feel that Pembroke are very much in the box seat at the moment. It's theirs now to lose. If they concede 78 runs from here on in, then there is something wrong in the state of Denmark.
And I think there'll be need to be a shake-up on maybe the team.
Gordon just having a quick word with Andy Chase before heading over.
I'd like to see spin at one end after drinks, maybe. Whether it's Keegan's ship or whether it's Naveen. Naveen's got the experience and the height.
I'd like to see Keegan give it a go, just because I haven't seen him bowl before.
Yeah,
so always nice to see a new bowler.
Yeah, even if it's like, we'll give you an over, see how you go.
Short.
Oh.
And he's, again, no footwork, and he's just pushed the bat at that, and that's how you get caught behind. This guy just, I don't know if it's deliberate, or it's just the way he bats, or the way he's being coached, or perhaps a lack of coaching. I don't know, but I just get the feeling he's not comfortable batting.
No footwork, or a little bit of footwork there, but
well, no. Again, I mean, just
too late.
All he's doing is turning his foot.
Yeah.
He's not coming forward with any conviction, or staying back
it's no
with
big
any.
stride or anything.
No, it's just turning his foot from pointing at point to pointing down the wicket, and then looking like he's playing a defensive shot. But it's not real footwork. Again, nothing there. He's going to cause problems for himself there with this technique.
He's not going to get any power in his shots anyway. That's one thing. But yeah, it makes it so easy to miscue things, to edge it through to the keeper, to miss it and play over it.
Well, where do you get your power from?
Well, that's it. There's no power there. You're not going to get
Even
past
if
the
he
ring.
hit that, where's it going to go?
Just dribbles over to the point.
Dribbling being the operative word there. Roy 2 for 2 into his third over. This looks like it could be another maiden the way it's going so far. Here's me doing the opposite to you today, James. Oh, there was a bit of hesitation there, but not enough to cause any difficulties as the ball runs away for 4 slowly.
A much needed 4 for Finglas.
Well, make them feel a bit better, won't it?
Yeah, that gives you a bit more confidence. But again, that's all they need to do for the next 20-odd overs.
So whilst you're getting wickets for bowlers, I'm getting runs for Finglas.
Yeah, you'll be popular. Yeah.
James could be keeping the commentator scores there, because that would be definitely 4 for Craig.
Oh, slight change in the field.
News of 2s?
Go on.
Any news to the 2s?
Oh no, I haven't looked.
It's too exciting watching this. Can you get that breakthrough now? No.
That's, you see, there's once he put his front foot down the track,
That's the most convincing shot he's done for a while.
yep, even more convincing than the 4. Another over complete. Roy disappointed at conceding the 4, but 2 wickets, 6 runs off 3 overs. He's doing all right. Not bad as your change bowler.
No, you'd be pretty happy with that.
Well, he's
Both-
disappointed with the 4.
Oh, yeah, this has mucked his figures for the season. But that's cricket for you. And who is coming on to bowl? Is that Bouchan?
Look,
No, it's Branjay, sorry, it's Branjay
Branjay
again.
will continue. His
Yeah.
first over only went for 4. Be a bit
No,
harsh,
no.
James.
I was going to say, yeah. So I had a brain fade.
Gordon Clark, the Ruthless, they'll call him. Gordon the Ruthless. You had 1 over, it cost 4 runs.
Well, I think he got his line right towards the end, so this is...
Give him a
gonna
go.
be- yeah, he's an effective bowler.
There we
Oh.
go. That's what he wanted.
Yeah,
that's the
better.
first. Do you know where that started? With his run-up. He actually looked far more comfortable in his run-up than he did in his first over.
He's got rhythm. His rhythm's come back.
Yep.
Good line there. Good opportunity for the man to clean up this tail.
Played nicely on the offside, but the fielder is there. That's Andy Chase.
He's doing well today.
He's flinging himself around today, isn't he?
Well, he's stopped a lot of runs. He's made a lot of runs and been effective with the ball. Pretty good day out in the park for Andy to make his debut. I think he'll get the call for next week. Oh, squirts off the edge there.
Nearly.
There's protection down in the deep, so it's just a single.
That was close.
Yeah, just got to keep working hard here, Finglas. Just keep these balls out and ride your luck a bit. Maybe get the odd.
9 balls to drinks. I would say get there without conceding
well,
any
that's-
more wickets.
That will be your number one priority.
That one's in the air on the offside.
Well run.
I think for that batsman that bringing cover in well inside the ring would be better. I think he's going to lift a few there that are just going to not reach the ring, if you know what I mean.
Well, with the line that Franjo's bowling, you actually could take one person off the leg side almost, or haven't you got
Yep.
and stick him in that position. Oh, well then
Just
again,
coming across the batsman on this occasion. He plays it round the corner. It's going to be signalled as leg byes. They're going to get 2 for it.
yeah, that's a bit.
2 runs and a loss of a hat. Oh, some birds flying across the ground now. That must be feeding time. Suddenly a lot lower in the sky than they were a month ago. The layer of insects above us, they're din-dins, obviously getting closer.
Yeah,
It's nice to see the seasons evolving.
Franjo just needs to land this in the right area here. Don't over try and overdo it. That's a better ball. Okay, it's going to be 1 run.
Captain Clark doing the backing up again, leading by example. 61 for 7. End of Paranjay's second over. This one went for 5. And he's gone for 7 off those 2 overs. Nair and Varjes doing a decent job here now. The number of runs required has dropped to 69.
Giggity.
And they have 21 overs to get those, so no problem with the run rate, and it's the wickets. We did say this game was going to go one of 2 ways, and it wouldn't be 40 overs, that's for sure. And I still stand by that.
Well, these guys have to be probably the innings of their career.
Oh, can you imagine how good you'd feel for the rest of the week if you could see your side home from this position? 61 for 7, still not even at halfway yet. 69 required. But at the moment, we're just 6 deliveries away from the drinks break, or perhaps even less. If Roy can take a wicket. Big slash by the batsman. He thought it was wide, he thought it was short. He did hit it into the ground, in fairness to him, but his timing was way off. First day timing, I call that.
Yeah, it was probably the right shot, but just didn't quite. Yeah, the timing just wasn't there. Couldn't get past the.
Roy won't bowl the same ball again, I can tell you.
I thought there was a man. What's the umpire saying?
Umpire coming back into the ring. Phil Blackley on the sidelines. He played yesterday for the Threes.
He played quite well, actually. Got some runs. Did the most amazing catch in the deep.
Rolling in the deep.
Yes, he definitely did an Adele. Oh, it's down
It's
leg
just
though.
slipped away past him. The Professor, Justin Doherty, does the fielding down there.
Just re-evaluating his bowling technique there. He knows that was a bit just trying it too hard and just pushed it down leg. He'd be delighted if he can
That's
get
better.
yeah, if he can get a wicket before drinks. Finglas just need to navigate the next 3 balls without any risk.
Ladies and gentlemen, prepare yourselves that if this is a big swipe at the ball, James will explode.
Rob, grenade.
This is going to be the wicket ball. Almost.
Almost never won.
That's right.
Obviously, Lady Luck came along, gave you a birthday kiss, and now has gone off to pastures anew.
but yeah, well, I'll be satisfied calling those other 2. But he's going to get this wicket before drinks if he keeps playing like this.
Just played away on the offside.
He's got 1 ball to go, and then he can go and reset.
.1 overs to go. They play it into the leg side. Nair takes a single. He'll be facing the first ball after drinks, but for now it's refreshment time for the players, the umpires, the scorers and the broadcasters. We'll talk to you again in a few minutes. Just while the players take this opportunity to take drinks.
Yeah, just have to say I have to head off to another commitment, but it's been. I hope you enjoyed the coverage so far, folks, and thanks for all your kind birthday wishes. And this could turn out to be one of the great games of the season already.
You have to leave.
I have to leave. I know. What's the odds? Anyway, I'll be listening to it as much as I can. And, yeah, enjoy the rest of the coverage, folks. We'll see you next time.
Thanks very much to James for joining us yesterday and today. A full weekend for him. I think he's thoroughly enjoyed it. Off now to go and blow some candles off a cake. Don't blow them off the cake.
Exactly.
And the fire hazard alone. But have a good night and thanks very much.
No.
Oh, what an intriguing game this is turning out to be. When the the fixture list is published, you kind of pick out your highlights. April the 27th, well, might not have been on that list, but it might be from now on. Happy wedding anniversary to my brother and his wife Jenny.
Thank you. I'll bring back the plate.
They're down in Nice. Yep.
Almost lost it. Thank you. Cheers, mate.
Happy birthday.
Thank you.
James heads off. 63 for 7. Oh, what a start to the season we've had. The thirds were, well, they fell short yesterday, but it was a cracking game of cricket to watch and to commentate on, and I'm sure to play in as well. And today, well, at the halfway mark, well, certainly early on in the Pembroke innings, they were 17 for 4, and you wondered what sort of target they would set. They had 2 partnerships in the middle, and that got them up to a total of 129. Finglas would have thought that chasing down 130 might be well within their capabilities, but playing on a grass wicket in April, always going to be tough. And they played some shots that, well, if they watch back over the broadcast, they may not want to watch those shots. Pembroke bowlers, well, they opened with Andy Chase and the Professor Justin Darty, and they have done a wonderful job of curtailing the Finglas reply. Justin Doherty picked up 3 wickets today. Roy has now picked up 2, the cost of only 8 off 4 overs, and as a change bowler, well, that's what you want, isn't it? He's done a super job there. Let's have a look at the bowling for Pembroke. Justin Doherty with his 3 for 23 from his allocation of 8. Andrew Chase still has another 2 to go. And Joydeep Roy, he's picked up 2 wickets, including 1 off his first delivery, which was just hoiked out to cow corner where Naveen took a super catch. And you can see by the fall of wickets there on your screen, there hasn't been much really to write home about. 12, 6, 8, 1, 9, 8, 3. This one now, one of the bigger partnerships, they've put on 16 so far. Well, the players look like they're getting ready. Umpires getting ready to re-enter the field of play. But until they do, I'll let you have some peace and quiet and time to quickly whip the kettle on.
red-backed gull, a European species, lived to be 34. And the oldest herring gull, a common species in North America, lived to be at least 29. So, good, Sammy.
Well, the players have retaken the field. They've had a drink and whatever else was required. And it looks like there's going to be a change of bowling from the nursery end. And James, don't you wish you were here? Keegan Shipp to come on to bowl from the nursery end. He received an absolute beautiful delivery when he was batting.
No, I missed that.
So did I.
Niall was up there, and next minute the sight screen started just blowing with the wind. And the camera fell and the wire was taut, and it was just, it was a...
I think all we lost was the camera cover and the short little cable that does from the mini connection to the normal connection.
There's no damage.
It seems to still be working.
Alright.
And at the end of the day, that's one of the broken cameras anyway, because it's had one of those before. It's like the screens. So.
First delivery, big swipe out to the leg side, long on, will come around and fetch it. So 2 more onto the total, and now Finglas find themselves exactly halfway, and they've used, well, they have the best part of 20 overs to go. That's a better delivery, popped up on the leg side. The batsman won't be comfortable with his response to that delivery. Sun starting to peep through on Sydney Parade now. It's a big slash, and it's gone wide of the keeper. It falls to the floor between 2 players. Paranjay and Harsh both trying to make the ground, and neither one of them getting there. They get through for another single. It shows the capability of this gentleman. He's creating opportunities, causing mayhem. Paranjay and Doobie doing the fielding behind square on the offside. I'll tell you who's had a good game today.
Who?
The umpires.
Oh, really? Okay.
I haven't spoken about them at all.
Yeah.
And if you don't notice that they're doing their job, then they're doing their job very well.
Oh, there's not been excessive appealing, has there?
No, and do you know what? They may have spoken to the captains beforehand, I don't know. But it's been a super atmosphere at the game today. I'm sure that is partly because of how the game has ebbed and flowed today. Pembroke off to a dreadful start, picked up in the middle, tailed off at the end. And now Finglas they've dug a hole for themselves. The only question is, can they dig their way out of it again? Gordon Clark making another change, bringing on another spinner. Is he? No, he's sticking with Roy for the moment, and why wouldn't he?
I got a huge tweak. The outdoor cable reel was left out last night as well. So
Yeah.
I tried when I was doing the other
I
cable.
saw it out
I
against
reeled
the
it
net.
up and left it, and then I was putting it in the and then I completely forgot it was out there.
Yeah.
Sure, but I was sitting there for ages about a quarter of it. I got it up, so I wouldn't be able to see it.
66 for 7,
And it was dark when the we were taking the music out.
64 for 3 required.
Silly thing.
Noticed today
Roy to continue from the St John's end.
going over there today.
Huh?
Do you notice what's going over there today?
An edge.
Camera. Cable. Cables.
No, there's just one cable you sent, isn't it? Yeah.
Were you here?
Yeah, no, you showed me the one cable. It was amazing.
Seems just arrived so far.
Yeah.
Fingers crossed.
It's,
Coming well forward to the bowling of Roy now. Survival being his main thought against the bowling of Joydeep Roy.
it's kind of a little bit frantic and
Very unique run-up this bowler has. Works for him.
short runner.
That one swinging back in, and there's a call for a run, call for not run, call for a run out, and he's not out. I don't think he's out, and the umpire agrees. Or I agree with the umpire, I should say.
Got handbags here, Craig. Two lads.
There'll be some discussion around this now. Give me back my hat. Seems to be the length of it. Phil Blackley has made the concession of putting a hoodie on. Means it must be quite chilly. Sun coming into the gazebo now. Nice and warm here.
He's playing, is he?
No. Flicked around the corner. Cashel will do the fielding. It'll just be another single, and that's all that Finglas really need to do. It's survival and pick up the runs here and there and the extras here and there. And they could see this home yet. 62 required from 18 overs. The rate has crept.
How many times have you thanked Nick?
Hmm?
How many times have you thanked Nick? Speak your black.
Oh, a couple of times.
That's all
A couple of times Nick Blackley is doing a fabulous job, and
Can't be too many.
possibly one of the reasons why Phil's come down. Played away on the offside. Captain Clark, just minus his cape today. He says to me at the break, he says, "Do you know, last night I thought to myself, I'll get an early night and it'd be better for me, better for the boys. The boys are both playing today. He's playing today. He says, I'll have a good sober night. I really should have gone out drinking."
Doesn't always work out.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. But the days where you do turn up with a hangover and everything goes right are such fabulous days, because they convince you that you can do that every time, and you can't. Breeze still quite strong across the ground. Keegan Ship to begin his second over. He created an opportunity in his first. It fell between two fielders. He'll be looking for more of the same now. There is a man in the deep down by the Willfield Road gate. Well, not that far, but on that direction. One at square, deep square leg on the boundary. And there's a fielder, Naveen, on the boundary on Cyril's way, and he keeps that one to a single. Played away on the offside. They'll take another single. Just chipping away. Score moves on to 70. And runs required down to 60.
You hearing her? Yeah.
Well, that will certainly help matters as far as Finglas are concerned. The young leg spinner will be unperturbed. That's the lot of a leg spinner. Sometimes they go to the boundary. It's the wicket-taking capacity that you really want. This one played back towards the bowler, just past him. They get through for a single again. First dot ball of the over. 7 off it so far. This one hit on the offside. Justin Doherty does the fielding. There'll be no run taken there. End of his second over. Just the 10 from the 2. It's the right time for the experiment when you still have a few runs left. Roy to continue then, going into his 6th over. Wouldn't like to be fielding where Naveen is now, on Cyril's way at mid-wicket. You get a big high one there, it's going to be right into the sun. Might not see it at all. It's great to feel the heat of the sun again. Oh, edged past the keeper, low and to his right. Fine bit of fielding by Ship. Keeps it to 2. Bit of cloud cover now covering the sun. The temperature does drop a couple of degrees, 77 for 7. But it does make Naveen's job a lot easier on the mid-wicket boundary if one does come out to him. Played out onto the leg side. Another single taken. Paranjay doing the fielding. It's been quite quiet out there today. Not too much shouting around. The wickets, when they've fallen, have not been overly celebrated. Just turning up the ground mics to see. Pick up a few instructions going around the ground. Oh, this one beats him all ends up. He played the shot well before the ball arrived. Tried to adjust with the bat. And it just got past everybody. 79 for 7. Just 51 required now. These two starting to put together a bit of a partnership. Seven overs they've been together now. Still plenty of overs for Finglas to play this one away. It gets through a gap in the field. 2 more runs to the total. And this partnership starting to build. Not quite at the worrying stage yet. But with 24 overs gone, I think Gordon Clark is going to return to Andrew Chase. Andrew Chase, who before now, 6 overs, just 21 runs conceded and 2 wickets. So maybe he'll be coming on at the St John's end. But for now, it's Keegan Ship to bowl from the nursery end. I'm going to do a James on this, not quite to the ball, but I think Paranjay is going to take a catch here. Or at least have an opportunity. Yep. Fielding behind square on the offside. Oh, there's a yeah, no call. little bit of urgency around the place. Doherty hitting the stumps directly. But it was a yes-no call. And Pembroke won't be too upset at that. There goes the dart on the left-hand side of your screen, sliding into town. This time, just pushed out the leg side. It will just be one. Finglas happy enough just to take the singles. Clyde Racers very quickly dropped back down to 3 again. As I said, this is going to be on runs or wickets. It's certainly not going to be on overs. Big swipe down the ground. There is a man down there, but it falls between the two of them. Another opportunity created. Played away on the offside. Lovely quiet evening in Sydney Parade today. What a lovely way to end your weekend. Runs required, down as far as 45 now. Wickets still remain at 3. Keegan finishes his 3rd over. A good one for him, just 3 runs coming from it. And he did get one lifted into the air, but just out of reach of the 2 fielders. Gordon Clark, Hush, the keeper. It's having a little debate in the middle. I wonder if they're wondering about who to bowl next. Well, we know it's going to be Andy Chase. He has 2 overs left. Clark searching to break this partnership now. Feels that if he can break this one, he'll be through. But he's willing to use his remaining opening bowler, Justin Doherty, having bowled through. So he only has 2 overs left from an opening bowler, and he's choosing to, well, roll those dice now. .45 off 15. 3 wickets to take. Short, wide, past the fielder in close. Clark can't get down to it. It's going to run away. It won't reach the boundary. It's pulled up. Nice bit of chasing down. Ship doing good work out in the deep there for Chase. Well, that didn't go where the batsman intended. It wasn't bowled the way the bowler wanted it. Between everybody, there's a single taken. So it went squirting off the back of the bat. 88 for 7 now. Now for Geese, they've done exceptionally well. 47 for 7 they were. And they came together. You can feel a bit of urgency creeping into the game from both sides' point of view. Seven down now. Pembroke searching for those 3 deliveries that would see them recording a victory. Pushed away on the leg side. Non-striker calling very early, very correctly. One more onto the total. .43 these two have put on together. They need another 39. It's not quite Stokes and Leach, but it's not far off either. That one studded it into the front pad, and that is the breakthrough. Gordon Clark, the captain, went to his ace and up his sleeve, and Chase has delivered. LBW thumping into the batsman's front pad, and the umpire raised the finger of doom, and he's headed back to the pavilion. 8 down now, 91 on the board, 39 still required, and just 2 wickets away from victory for Pembroke fourths.
Do you want me to press one? Or
Oh, you work away. Here is the replay. You are the umpire. You tell me. Oh. Even self-umpiring, you'd have trouble not giving that out.
In the very old days, people would have started going, I took a big stride.
Yeah, he didn't. The wicket falls. It's the end of Chase's 7th over, and Clark has pulled the joker from the pack, and it's paid off in spades. Keegan Ship now. To continue from the nursery end. And do you know what? I think somebody's going to go after him, and I think somebody's going to get out to him this over. Not quite James's seer-like. Beware the Ides of March. Oh, teasing the batsman outside off. The bat followed the ball. The player didn't. Nearly creating his own problems there, the batsman. Oh, now he's got to go and clear his head. A little break in the concentration. Now one of his teammates at the sight screens. Just, yeah, coming forward. Quite watchful now against Ship. Well, I wouldn't be surprised to see Nair take on the next delivery. Searching for that edge. Batsman's lack of footwork means there's going to be no power in the shot. This one gets past the bowler. Runs gently towards the fielder. It will be a single. It spoils the maiden for him. But 4 overs, 0 for 14. Doing very well. Okay. I'll help him pack up and then I'll come home too. If you're hungry, eat half a quiche. Or cake.
Just a reminder, it is easier now.
Well, we're getting towards a thrilling conclusion here now in this game. At the same stage, 27 overs gone. Pembroke were 119 for 5. Who out there would have thought that 129 would have been enough today? Well, whether it is or not is yet to be determined. Just kept out. Pressure building. Certainly not in terms of run rate. One would be wondering what the Finglas batters are thinking at this stage. At the moment, they're playing this over like they know it's Chase's last over, taking no risks. Just see off the opener. Again, just played away in the offside. The field in, saving the single. Still plenty of overs for Finglas to use. Close catches now starting to appear on the field. And this one is pulled away on the leg side. Naveen doing the fielding out there. And that is the end of Andy Chase's spell, the end of his work for today. He scored 20-odd runs earlier on and has taken 3 for 28 today as Pembroke tried to defend 129. Fine debut for the force by Andy Chase. And maybe Justin has found a new opening partner. Still plenty of options out there for Captain Gordon Clark. Eli bowling for the threes yesterday. Naveen bowled for the threes yesterday. Pranjay still has overs to go. As does Joydeep Roy. But at the moment, Keegan's ship to continue as the sun breaks through again. Glad Naveen's got a peaked cap on, fielding where he is. It's in the air, and it's into the gap. And it will be Naveen who goes around for it. It's just a single. And that brings Nair back on strike. No, it brings the new batsman on strike. It'll be interesting to see his approach against the young leg spinner. Full toss allows the batsman to get off the mark quite easily. Played out onto the cover boundary. Naveen doing another good job. He's making that spot his own on this side. Likes the fielding along Cyril's way. I think he likes the fact he doesn't have to go very far to fetch the ball. This time, keeping an eye on the spin. He's busy out there. 3 singles. But it has brought the number 10 to the crease. to wave of the bat at that one. Sun's starting to drop now. Still in April. This one just pushed back towards the bowler. One ball left to come in this. The 29th over. A few people sitting along the wall now, here to watch the conclusion of this game. Play down towards third. Non-striker there has no intention of moving. That is the end of the over. 96 for 8. And there are 11 overs remaining. Pembroke lost 2 wickets in their 29th over. And at the end of it found themselves 126 for 7. However, they also lost 2 wickets in the very next over as well, before being all out in the 31st. Well, Finglas still have 11 overs with which they can search, run down, obtain, be given 34 runs. That's how close they are to victory, and it really is building up into another close finish. You can see the shadows lengthening on the pitch here at Sydney Parade. Doesn't the place look great for a first weekend down in the club? I mean, in years gone by, there was sometimes came down and whew, there was a bit of work to be done. But now it's kept at this level year round, and it really is paying off. The place looks magnificent. Change of bowling at the St John's end now. Naveen Malapatil coming on to bowl. He'll delight his fan club. Player of the Year for 2 seasons running. Well, I'll tell you what Sammy thinks of the whole thing. Sammy the Seagull. Right down at the broadcast area. As Naveen bowls outside off, just played away gently. And they're playing very cautiously. His 24 have come from 46 deliveries, but it doesn't matter how many deliveries it comes from. He's still there at the moment, and that's what matters. Just 34 runs required. Goes down the leg side, signalled a wide, pushed through a bit by the bowler. Pembroke can ill afford to give away any more extras. Very tight field on the offside. There is a man out, 2 men are out on the boundary on the offside. 1 square of the wicket and 1 dead straight, long off. Oh, he's bowled him. Naveen has broken through, and that is the 9th wicket to fall. The score on 97, and this is really bubbling up into a magnificent game. Well, Pembroke have taken the 9th wicket. Naveen found his line and length yesterday, and today, well, it's just a straight one. Dips down in front of the batsman. He played all around it, really. His timing was off, his positioning was off, and really that wasn't the ball to try and whip round to the leg side. He missed it, it didn't miss the stumps, and the 9th Finglas wicket has fallen. And Naveen now has 1 for 1 off 4 deliveries. The Pembroke circle, I think, are far more energised now. Good round of applause as they break out. Pembroke now just one ball away from victory, and Finglas 33 runs away from the same objective. More and more blue sky appearing over Sydney Parade. Shadows may be getting longer, but it's actually picking up a little bit of heat. A bit more enthusiasm, a bit more noise in the field now. Pembroke sensing victory is close. Gordon Clark has positioned himself incredibly close on the offside. Another fielder very close to him too, putting pressure on this number 11 batsman. Viswanathan has come to the wicket. As Finglas' last hope. Naveen fires one in. Well kept out by the number 11. The odds surely have to be stacked in Pembroke's favour now. Oh, attempted stumping. And Naveen completes his first over, 1 for 1, off 1. 30 overs gone, just 10 overs to go, 33 runs required, but Pembroke now just one delivery, one wicket away from victory on opening weekend here in Sydney Parade. I can't read that from here. Twos are playing today. Ones are here next week against Railway. That's on Saturday. I don't know who's here on Sunday. Fours again?
Oh no, yeah.
Well, we'll see the fourth again next Sunday.
They're the threes on Monday.
Bank holiday weekend.
Yeah.
Keeganship then looking to end this game now.
Oh no, they're away. It's the ones again on Monday.
So ones, twos, and ones, fours, and ones. Next weekend, get your fill of Pembroke cricket. Oh, it's gone through the. Oh, how did that miss? Went through the probe of the batsman. You get the feeling that a little bit of frustration is setting in here now. Perhaps resigned to their fate. The self-belief that they can reach this total seems to have evaporated at the moment. Wrong shot to that ball. Shuffled away on the leg side. Umpire's going to signal leg byes. And he does. .98 for 9. Finglas will at least want to reach triple figures. But most of all, they want to reach 130. That one slides away, and that is the end of Ship's 6th over. Going at less than 3 and over. Just that one leg by coming from that over. Required rate is not going to come into this, but it's starting to creep again. It just means that Finglas are using the overs that the regulations afford them. Nothing to worry about at the moment, anyway. At this stage, Pembroke are all out for 129. Finglas do have another 9 overs, if required. And Pembroke again using Player of the Year for the last 2 seasons for the fourths, Naveen Malapatil. 1 for 1 from his first over. Played away on the offside, powerfully. They might look for 2. They're going to think about it, they're going to take it on, and they're going to get that. That'll be the 100 up then for Finglas, and that will be a landmark they'll be pleased to have reached, although they really wish they had a few more wickets in hand. But 100 up, 30 required. Naveen tosses one up, it gets through him and just misses the stumps. Nice bit of deception from the bowler, complete change of pace, completely fooled the batsman and nearly resulted in the conclusion of this game. Played away firmly on the offside. There is a boundary rider out there. It will just be a single. They'll be happy enough with that. Another one knocked off the board. Still a bit to go in this game. Three balls remaining in the over, and already the skipper is coming in tight on the singles. Goes down the leg side, maybe over the... No, down the leg side. One more onto the total. Finglas won't mind how these runs come, as long as they keep coming. Two balls remaining. Just tapped away through the tight fielding. The single. Plenty of advice for the skipper there. Just keeps that one out to conclude the 32nd over. Pembroke find themselves on the edge of victory, but unable to take the leap into the gorgeous success. It's been a lovely couple of days here in Sandymount, Dublin 4. Thank everybody who's tuned in over the last couple of days. We hope you continue to do so as the season progresses. Keeganship. Into his 7th over. Good spell today. Tapped away on the leg side. A little bit full. They just pick up the single. It does expose the number 11 again to the leg spinner. He didn't look comfortable last over. This could be the over that finishes it. Ah, Steve McCarthy, how are you?
Hey, good afternoon, sir. How are you doing? Sunday club is back.
And he's given him, and Keegan Shipp picks up his first wicket, and he's out. Batsman remonstrating with the umpire, saying he hit it. Umpire saying, no, he didn't. And the game is over. And Pembroke are victorious by 25 runs. And that, at one stage, looked like a most unlikely victory. At the halfway mark, you'd have wondered about it.
You ready?
Here is the final dismissal. It's pitched in line. It's hit him in line. I think his complaint was that he got some bat on it. So I don't think he's actually disputing that it was going to go on and hit the stumps, which it certainly was. Well, that's the end of the game. That's the end of the weekend. And what a fun weekend it has been too. Really have enjoyed the opening weekend at Sydney Parade. Many thanks to everybody who attended yesterday and last night. And it was even heartening to see the first back after their game in North County. And it was a good night, albeit early enough. And then today we've had our first Pembroke win of the season, the fourth 11. Well, it's been a strange game. Tale of the game? Well, in my words, it would be poor start as Pembroke fell to 17 for 4. Luckily enough, a few players got a few runs. In fact, let's bring up the cards. Seems we have the ability.
Oh, I'm on the wrong camera. Well.
Pembroke, well, there's their card. It was only stands between Joydeep Roy and Bhushan Bavaskar, and then with Bavaskar and Chase that managed Pembroke to get up to a total of 129. The last 5 wickets falling for a total of 4 runs, something the skipper will look at, and especially after a start of 17 for 4. Thank goodness for those 2 partnerships in the middle. They were the winning of the game. Here are the Finglas bowling figures, the most successful of whom the opener and number 11, as it turned out, Vishwanathan. He took 3 for 15 from 5 overs, and really it was a good all-round performance. But you see there, 20 extras, and they let Pembroke get up to 129. In reply, Finglas needed 130 from 40 overs. And this was their response, and you can see that Nair and Vadaz put together a good stand towards the end, but it wasn't enough with what went on around them. There are a few shots that people will look at again, and there are a few LBW decisions that they'll look at and go, yeah, okay, I was out. They fell to 104 all out. And what got them to that state was the Pembroke bowling, and a fine bowling performance it was all round today. 6 bowlers used. Doherty and Chase, well, they did so well at the start, reducing Finglas to 44 for 6 even. And then the change bowlers came on. Roy took a wicket with his very first ball as the batsman, just hoiked it out towards cow corner. Too high, not enough distance, and it fell into the hands of Naveen. And that really sort of set the tone. That was then the 7th wicket down. As I say, there was a bit of a stand there, 44. But once that stand was broken by Naveen himself, well, then the rest of the innings just fell. Pembroke win by 25 runs. They will be delighted. Gordon Clark, well, he'll know that his team have a lot to work on there, but he'll also be pleased that they have come out of this game with victory. There is the match summary. We thank you so much for joining us this weekend, and we hope you'll join us going forward. And please like and subscribe to the YouTube channel.
Do the blind. How did I get that?
And we're now up to 1,241 subscribers. And if you are a subscriber and you are watching, do join in on the chat and let us know what you think.
Or as soon as we've gone dead, you can leave comments.
Well, to Mr. R1 Falcon, is Charlie going to be commentating this year? I sincerely hope so. I certainly do. So that's it. Join us again next Saturday. It's the first 11 are playing Railway and Steam Packet Union in a 50 over game. It's just a league game, I think, is it? Premier League.
And Rush on Monday looks like it.
Yeah, and Rush.
Or Sandyford and the Inter Cup.
Oh, the Inter Cup for the Force next. Well, it'll be interesting to see if any changes are made by the skipper for selection for next week. But for now, we leave a overcast but pleasant Sunday evening in Sydney Parade and say thank you for joining us, and we'll talk to you again soon.